Okay. What is the most? Hey, what's good, Six? Oh, let me put it into the chat. 1 second. Hey, what's up, Drake? How's it going, buddy? Let me type into the Discord server real quick. 1 moment. I'll do it. Everyone. Sweet. Okay. How's it going, Jose? How's it going, mortals? How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys had a good day, afternoon, morning, or from wherever part of the world you're from. I hope you guys are doing well. Game Awards was good. Divinity was the best reveal for sure. I'd recommend seeing the trailer, but you get adult rating if you streamed it. I checked it out. It's fine. It was kind of gross. Not sure as to what Divinity is, nor what the gaming franchise does, but hey, happy for the people. The third game in the franchise that I saw that much hype for. Good for them. So day second of research. Actually, we're more like 3 days in, but it's fine. Shit. What do we have to look for now? I think I'm only gonna do the Naruto stuff. I think I'm trying to get through the Naruto stuff as quickly as possible, just so I can burst through this, because the One Piece stuff is definitely going to be the longest end of it. Okay, it's a fantasy RPG. If you know D&D and Baldur's Gate, it's like that. Okay, I tried Baldur's Gate 3. I wasn't a fan of it. I couldn't get into it. I played like an hour, maybe at best. I just couldn't do it, dude. I just couldn't do it. Not to say it was bad or anything, just nothing about it even remotely enticed me past a certain point. I think it was like the first. I think it was like out of that alien ship or whatever, like the first situation right out of that, I was just completely cocked out. I don't know if I would say that like that happens to me very often. I'm not sure if I would say that per se, but man, this really does go hard. I'll never get enough of Kishimoto's art style, dude. Such a good artist. What's up on the smart? How you doing? No problem so far, but please, I'm Yamato right here. Okay, these are my chakra blades. Yeah, I mean, we'll get one next week after what happened with last week's chapter. It's fine. Yeah, I saw the new Mega Man game. Definitely, I don't know. There was nothing really within the Game Awards that even remotely excited me. Claire Obscura winning was kind of like a no-brainer. I'm not happy about Mario Kart winning only racing game of the year, only because that game has way too many flaws for me to really sit here and say, hey man, this probably should win. I mean, it's Mario Kart. My feelings aside, how dog shit the game's choices are, you know, it's terrible opening state. Yeah, you can make a bunch of different things. At the end of the day, as far as what I can say is great. You know, they Expedition 33 won. I guess that's really all that matters. Won the most awards out of any Game Awards ever. Yeah, I noticed. I was reading that throughout like the social medias and what have you. These are my chakra plates. They are forged from a special metal that can absorb the bearer's chakra nature. Take one. Now try sending your chakra into the blade. My chakra looks different from Asuma Sensei's. In order to activate wind change in nature, you have to imagine splitting your chakra into two and grinding them against each other. If you're finely sharpening the blade between the two parts, sharpening the blade. That's right. Finely and sharply. That's the trick. You know, I was just thinking, what's the point of using wind change in chakra nature when I already have a sharp-edged ninja tool to begin with? I mean, wouldn't it be easier and faster to just use those instead of cutting chakra through cutting weapons? Alright. Let's you and me try throwing these chakra blades at the tree over there. See it? Sure. Boom. Boom. Cool. A friend of mine used to always talk about how Azuma was like this elite ninja and everything, but then like was some insane elite ninja. You know, he was one of like the 12 guardian deities or whatever of Konoha. He was part of like that special guardian division. And I really sat here thinking like, yeah, you know, those are all really cool things, but Azuma also doesn't really do anything. I've never even heard of Expedition 33 until the awards. I find that hard to believe, but it's a good game. It is a really fucking good game. Yesterday, I ended up finishing up some Pictos quest stuff. I started looking for whatchamacallit, a grind spot to get to level 99. No, I haven't checked out Ishura. I'm not going to check it out until I'm kind of done with this. I really just want to get through this fucking research, dude, because it's taking me forever, and I really don't want to, like, sit here and do more of it. Like, the faster I get through this, the more I can... Just in general, like, the more I can, the more quickly I can just start up the script and just focus on other stuff beforehand. Do you see my jutsu? He's a goner. To have been entrusted with such a huge responsibility when I've just been made a full member. I mean, you all approve of me, right? I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? Actually, my artful detonating clay did the heavy lifting. The credit for this masterpiece is mine alone. Mind yourself, Toby, and don't forget your place in the ranks. Be concise and be cool. These are the qualities of a true Akatsuki member, the essence of the art of destruction. Remember, true art results from the moment of passion arising out of the sea of calm. No offense, sir, but you sure do like to hear yourself talk. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was a little bit of Obito coming out. Azuma, like many side characters, just doesn't get enough time to shine. I liked him. Yeah, I think he has a cool design. I think he could have had a really cool series of abilities. I think that we get to see a little bit more what he can do in the 4th Great Ninja War. Unless, since I equipped Cheater in my L, that Stalin is killing her. Yeah, Stendhal is legitimately the... Stendhal against Simon only works if you don't have... Stendhal only really works if you one-shot him. It doesn't work otherwise. I've tried to look into, you could say that about a good number of Naruto characters. Oh no, you definitely can, but hey, saw a video the other day saying the Raikage Speed Blitz kid. Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, they can believe that. There's no reason for me to. When you have a character whose best statement is he can run at almost the speed of light, and you have to make the unsubstantiated assumption that he can run at the speed of light. Nah, Stendhal still does a shit ton of damage. It does a shit ton of damage, but the problem with Stendhal is that it gives you defenseless and it removes all your shields. I was going in there with a build with Ivarum, the weapon for Mael that gives her shields, that grants her shields when she gets shell. And I was wondering the entire time that I was using it against like other ads as well, just so I can like grind. Why am I still taking damage? Because I'm using a build strategy with the one to like maximize her damage output. Either, so it doesn't matter. You can't tank shit in the boss fight either ways. You can actually tank the boss fight decently well if you go in there with maxed out characters and with as high defense as possible. You can do it. It's not impossible. I've seen some gameplay for it. It's just that you have to essentially be at a level proper, and you have to go for a more defensive build using like shell and stuff, because he takes away your shields upon starting up the fight, or at least upon starting up his rounds. He does take away shields, so it causes a bit of a situation. The Guardian 12 has been at the temple, fought him, Chicory, the consummate shinobi. Want to ascertain their motives, so we cannot detain them, delay them, and don't allow them to leave the land of fire. Yeah. Yeah. That's not worth not using Stendhal for. You can tank one hit if you're lucky. I don't know about tanking one hit necessarily, because with Stendhal, at least with the build I'm going with, it's not possible to tank. You start off with 1 HP, he basically will also set you at 1 HP. Like, the fight is specifically designed to, like, make it so that any strategy, whether it's longevity or whether it's high damage output, you either have to go into one of the both extremes in order to properly do it, or you just have to learn all the parry timings. You can do it without any of that. You can just learn all the parry timings, but I feel like that will take the longest, which is why I'm going for just a simple one-shot build. Attack does even as close to as much as Stendhal besides go match. Yeah, that's the thing. No attack does as much as Stendhal. So that's why they had that like stipulation put on it where you lose all your shields. I think the issue here is more so that like if you use Stendhal regardless of having like shell or other abilities up or whatever, you're still applying defenseless to yourself, so it doesn't matter. So the shields themselves don't necessarily matter, right? That's where like a bigger portion of the situation comes in my opinion. But then you have to like talk about like the following, which is if you're going to use Stendhal at that point, you might as well just go for a one-shot build. In my opinion, you might as well just go for a one-shot build at that point, because you don't need Gomage. You just need Stendhal to basically deal enough damage that you can put the guy down in a single hit. I'm there currently with like the first run. I'm pretty sure you're there too. He doesn't have that much HP. I think it's like somewhere around like somewhere between like 4 to 8 million HP, which you can easily, I don't want to go for, no, yeah, if you don't want to go for a one-shot build, that's completely fine. I'm just saying, like, at least for me personally, at this point, Stendhal is not a worth move if you don't go specifically for that. Because otherwise you're setting yourself up to just get one shot, and at that point, like we talked about, it's just, at that point, you just have to learn the parry timings, or you have to hope that you get extremely lucky that he does like the put down the sword combo to attack you. And I mean, that's if you didn't one shot him in the first go around, right? Because he does get like 3 turns back to back. Is the one and only game I genuinely vibe with. I heard Silk Song's pretty good. Some people said that like it had its problems, but I don't know enough about this series as a whole to know like what problems it could have had. I don't know if like that's necessarily a thing. I mean, every game has its problems, whether it's like small nitpicks or whatever, but I think it's fine. Like, from everything I've heard about like Silk Song, I'm just happy that people got like a game that was worth it. I'm always setting myself up to get the one shot to get extra damage. I'm setting myself up to get one shot to get the extra damage. Yeah, but I mean like at that point, right? Like at that point, like I feel like it's kind of weird to just not go for like, you know, if you want to go for like the extra damage, you might as well go all the way with it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I feel like if anything, with Simon specifically, for at least like just killing him this first time, I'm going to just go with the one-shot build. I don't personally give a shit. There's, at least in my opinion, no reason to like, at least in my opinion for like my playthrough, there's no reason for me to like really find a way to like grind it and do all this extra shit when I can just go in there later on the New Game Plus for like the channel and just sort of, you know, just sort of actually learn the fight, especially if I'm doing it on stream with people. But for this first round, just trying to get through the game, just trying to finish it up by like beating Simon, doing the thing. Just parry, bro? Yeah, just parry, bro. All right, let me know how that goes. I will try to learn it. I will try to learn the parry whenever I do like a second round through, but like, or at least I'll go out of my way to probably try to learn it, but not right now. Because the thing is that like, I think the thing that like gets to me with like fights like this is specifically that, and believe it or not, it's an issue that I have with like Sonic Frontiers. When I was because I was playing Sonic Frontiers on hard mode, and I was telling my friend, like, I hate the fact that to do the final boss, you have to beat all of the previous large bosses as Super Sonic back to back to back to back to back, but you have to be able to do the cutscenes first. Now, this game obviously lets you skip the cutscenes. In Sonic, they didn't let you skip the cutscenes, so I had to sit there and play through like the starting portions of each fight in order to get an S rank, just to get in order to get like a no-hit run, because otherwise you don't have enough time, right? You have to get it like no-hit done, and you have to like land all the parries in Sonic. Granted, the parries in Sonic were a lot more fuck-ass than they were in Clair Obscura, just because like they're not really well telegraphed. Like the hitbox and where exactly you have to find the parry timing is so fucked compared to something like Clair Obscura, where the parry timings are somewhat are somewhat like foretold, right? Like you can figure out like what the parry timing is in Expedition 33. It's really hard to do it in Sonic because like it's not a game designed around you parrying everything. But you had to do it for the final boss. You had to do the thing. I had to lower the difficulty for that shit. I was like, no, I'm not doing this. I don't like having to rerun boss fights where I have to go through a cutscene every single time. Even if I have to click circle to like skip through it, I don't want to have to skip through it. Just get me to the next fight immediately. That's just me though. I don't have the patience for it. I have the patience to sit through a boss fight for like 1,000 runs if I have to learn the parry timings or whatever, because I just don't have any other choices. I can do that. I don't like having to sit through cutscenes over and over and over again, having to click through all this shit just to get through the next step forward. I personally don't care for that, in my opinion. What's up, guys? How you guys doing? We're just gonna get through these portions of the fights. I don't know if I'm gonna write down. Well, then just get good. Yeah, but that's the issue, right? It's like getting good regardless. Like let's just remove the jokes aside for a second, right? Getting good regardless is something that like I think anybody can do. It's obviously going to take different amounts of time for different people. Some people might be worse at parrying, some people might be better. I don't think I'm necessarily bad at parrying. I think I'm pretty decent. But that's the thing, right? When you're fighting a new boss fight that has all of these very strict parry timings with like back-to-back different attacks or where they're adding consecutive new parry timings to attacks that you already have learned some muscle memory for, it's not the issue so much so like learning the parry timing. It's more so the issue is sitting there through cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, not just simply being able to like restart it instantly from like where you were last at. And I don't mean in the sense of like where the boss's health was last at or anything. I mean like you can restart the fight, no problem. It's more so having to like run through all that bullshit again. That's the part that kind of like gets to me every single time, where like I feel like I'm wasting more time that I could have just done just going through a boss fight. Like because at the end of the day, if you're gonna sit through like 100, like not even 100, let's say like 50 or 60 playthroughs, eventually clicking through circle or clicking X to like skip through a cutscene, even if it only takes a second, that second now starts up, and now that could have been an extra run you could have gone through. That's just my issue, personally. Bloodborne is my comfort game. Chalice dungeons are amazing. My new laptop is a 5070. It's arriving today. Hey, lovely, man. Finally, good frame rate and latency. Hey, lovely, man. Whole Cake arc Snake Man over pre-war arc Sage 1 Naruto. Yeah, no, that's not a bad take. That's honestly a pretty fair take. Do you know any way to fix Stalin killing Mael with burn stacks, since I'm using Cheater and Last Stance to Virtuous Stance and Stendhal Simon? The best way for you to do it is to set up as many pictos as possible that also give you a buff on your first attack. Don't set up a burn build for... I would try to say, don't set up a burn build for Simon unless you can guarantee the burn damage. I would say use first offense, use first offense, and first strike. Use first offense, first strike. I think you're already using those. You already have Cheater up. And I would say use Glass Cannon and anything that gets you more increased damage on the first roll of the attack. Don't even fucking mark him. Don't burn him. Don't do anything. Use Last Chance to hit Virtuous Stance on your first turn, and then use Stendhal on your second turn. You should always one-shot the first phase no matter what. If you want to go for higher damage, you can use Roulette. I would switch weapons, but I don't have any upgrade materials, and it does the most damage. Which weapon do you have? Because if I can recommend a weapon for you, I would say go get the Everum. Get the Everum weapon from Renar's drafts. Just go to the second flag just before you go into the area to then run into Simon. Go to that flag and then go up and then go back to the area where you see the creation and the chromatic contortionist, and just run up that little like side of the run up towards like the side of that building. And essentially just talk to the merchant right there. Just fight the merchant. Yeah, I'm not using a burn build just for more burn stacks I get for myself for percentage damage. I don't think it necessarily matters in the end, because if you can get if you're using Last Stand critical, you're already getting all the buffs for like critical burn and all the stuff that you can get, all the bonuses you can get for critical. But I need a maxed out weapon and I don't have the materials. Wait, 6. This is what I'm 6, hear me out. Go fight that merchant. He gives you grandiose. He gives you the grandiose material, a fuck ton of he gives you a fuck ton of grandiose material, a fuck ton of XP, about 2 million XP if you beat him with no damage, and he also gives you a bunch of other color of lumina. Like, that place is a grind spot for everything you need. As long as you have the perfect material to like get the weapon to level 33, as long as you have at least one more of those, just buy the Averum, fight the guy a couple of times. You should get enough materials after a couple of fights against that merchant, because you can constantly refight him. Where's the merchant? Go to Renoir's drafts. Go to the second flag, the one that you can teleport to, just like going in from the spawn area, the place that you can, the second flag that you can teleport into that like takes you to where you can fight Simon. Just go back to the open area where you see the two big enemies, and right next to them there is like a little ramp where you can slingshot yourself on top of a building. The merchant is quite literally on top of that building. It is less than 15 seconds. It is less than 10 seconds away from the spawn, from the second flag that you can go into. Smokeless, true, it's been true in the past, and not that I'm not touched that you care, but I didn't quit because of Chiriku's death. Besides, the Akatsuki are strong enough to defeat Chiriku. Their abilities are formless, so I don't need to let my guard down. Okay. You were right. Hedon is auspicious and money matters, but I have no other companion. There's a reason for that. All those who are paired with me have died in the past. When I'm stirred, the killing instinct in me is awakened, but he's unkillable. That's why our partnership works. Okay. Like, you just go there, you can fight the merchant, he can give you all the materials you need to just build it up. And you can even purchase more materials from him. If not, then you can probably also just go to another location. If I switch my weapon, I should win the fight pretty easily, since I can get a consistent high damage and have all the attacks down. Yeah, best of luck, honestly. The weapon at max level 33 gets you to like 9,000 base damage on the weapon. You should be okay. I don't know how much shifting Naruto can bear, much less how often I can suppress it, but this is the only way where Naruto can achieve this jutsu or not depends on you, my friend. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeesh, why are you people anyway? Okay. We both hit vital spots. Quit driving the points in, will ya? It hurts. What is this guy? Immortal, isn't it obvious? No. Who are you people? Oh, terrific. Looks like I'm going to that stinky collection. We are shinobi from Konoha. Our orders are to capture and kill the Akatsuki. We already know you operated in pairs, and I was planning on taking down one of you first to capture the other, but I guess that's going to have to change. So this is one of the Akatsuki's mind-blowing abilities. My shadow stitching jutsu is not going to be enough. You chose the wrong one to start with. So where's your partner? Okay. Okay, tries to punch Shikamaru. Shikamaru evades. I'm free. Kotetsu retreat. The fellow in front for once you've struck gold. Stay out of this. Kakazu, I want them for my ritual. You can have your money afterwards. Fine then. Just be careful or you'll die. I keep telling you, will you quit it already? I wish someone could kill me already, but it's not possible, eh? I'm going to find a trap for Mr. Immortal with your shadow stitching, Shikamaru. If even for an instant that's all the time, I'll need to slice his head off. The risk is too high. It's not like you. I should go in with you. Don't you understand this is the best plan we've got right now? They're far stronger than even me. Izumo, Kotetsu, you two assist Shikamaru against the other Akatsuki. I've never seen Azuma like this. Since we've had an idea of our enemy's strength, we ought to retreat and formulate. You think they're going to let us walk? If we don't stand a chance and fight now, we'll be slaughtered. Konoha will be at even greater risk. We're the vanguard penetrating the enemy camp. Once in a while, you'll be able to make such a move. Why are we on this arc? Because I'm trying to just get some stuff so that I can compare Naruto to later. Besides, I just like having extra stuff just for later. Yeesh, it hurts. The gods shall punish. Yada yada. Okay, sacrificial pawns. Okay. From what you got, is Naruto at any advantage? The only times where Naruto is at any advantage is during the latter halves of the story where Naruto, you can argue that quantifiably speaking, If you don't want to give Luffy the planetary Whitebeard stuff for whatever reason, you can argue that Naruto tanking a moon level attack and Naruto fighting an opponent that, I don't know, can slice the moon in half and he can one-shot him would probably put Naruto at a tier where he should be at least, in the context of feats, quantifiably stronger than Luffy. Now, would poison infect Hidan? It would probably hurt him like crazy. I don't know if it would kill him. It depends on how the poison's supposed to work. But the point I'm just trying to make here is that you can potentially argue that Naruto does have higher attack potency and higher durability than Luffy if you want to, but the issue here is that he still does not have a way to reinforce his internal organs. The fact that Naruto does not have any statements or any feats that even remotely imply that his internal organs are tougher than the average humans, it genuinely just means that as long as Luffy has the ability known as internal destruction, he should always win because of the higher speed. That's always been my argument. So what would be preferred pacing for the official Naruto vs. Luffy episode? Mainly, how long do you want to see each character's forms so that it's not just spamming of other forms? Well, it's not so much about us spamming anything, more so it's the case that, like, I'm gonna try to like quickly compact all the information that I can for each character's feats and statements into a specific point for the story. Poison can cause necrosis that has a good chance of killing Hidan. I mean, it could cause necrosis, and if it can, like, let's say, if it can rot away things like his bone muscles, his heartbeat, etc., eventually if his body becomes incapable of moving, or if his body becomes so decomposed that he can't do anything with it, then yeah, he can die of malnourishment. I mean, I think, isn't that the reason why he died? Malnourishment? Something like that, right? Judgment has been passed. What's going on? Do you finally understand the other's pain? My arm burned too. Was this jutsu or something else? I have already cursed you. The ritual shall now begin. Well then, let's experience the ultimate pain together, shall we? All the preparations are done. Now we shall share the ultimate pain. Okay. Yeah, it literally causes decay. Okay, so Azuma spins. He goes in. He stabs himself. Falls into the floor. Yeah. I didn't even hit a vital spot. But the pain is the best. When the other person's pain at the moment of death seeps into my body and transcends pain, transforming into ecstasy. Azuma holding on to his left leg. Something's weird. The same leg the guy stabbed himself through. I have already cursed you. That's it. I see how he's linked his body to mine, and so that I suffer any injury that he does. Except that he's immortal. Where do you want to feel pain next? Or would you like to end it already? Shikamaru, don't use physical attacks like shadow stitching. Just stop his movements with suffocating darkness. I'm already on it. Now die. Okay. Good job, Shikamaru. Do you think you can stop me? Izumo, how long does it take since we called back? Only about 10 minutes. It's going to take another 20 reinforcements to arrive. Yeah, so it will take 20 minutes for the shinobi to reach here. So bro is actually cooked by a spider hiding in a shoe. That's crazy. Have you done Boruto versus One Piece yet? I have not. I have not read Boruto for power scaling purposes yet. Thoughts on Bleach characters always explaining their abilities? It's very stupid within the context of the story, especially in the specific fights where they get countered immediately because they explain how their abilities work. I mean, listen, I get trying to give that level of explanation and exposition for your audience, but you can also just have the narrator do it. You don't need the characters to do it. You can literally have a scene where the narrator is explaining how the techniques work, like how Gege Akutami did it for Sukuna. Pisa Island level? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know about that, but yeah. I told you stay out of it, didn't I? Fine. I'm fine by myself. His words, his personality, his speech pattern, his clothes, the significance of his behavior, the beginning of all actions. Relates to the next. From what I've gleaned, hypothetically, work with jutsu is probably its probability and selection. That's good. I shall punish you, gods. Punishment, ritual, curse, preparation. Trust Shikamaru to have analyzed them already. How could you come up with something, Shikamaru? I can't believe he was able to do it while casting a jutsu. Shikamaru has brilliant, swift analytical prowess that lets him foresee up to 200 possibilities of the next 10 moves in shogi, and the instinct to pick up on the most advantageous one. Alright, Captain Azuma, here it goes. The Shadow Jutsu forces the victim to mimic the caster jutsu's actions. No way, he's caught on to my jutsu. What are they doing? I'm trying to force him outside. That weird diagram he drew on the ground. That will undo his jutsu and the curse. What do you mean? The giant scythe of his. It has 3 blades. From the shape of it, its purpose isn't to cast a mortal blow, but to extend the range of its wielder's attack, allowing him to cause both small and great external injuries by hitting his opponent with it. In short, he can inflict even a single shallow abrasion. His jutsu will cause his opponent certain death. That's his curse, but that's the link between the initial wound and the curse. Blood. In order for him to link himself to the victim, he takes the opponent's blood into his body. I saw him lick the captain's blood too, so he wounds his opponents, and even the slightest drop of blood he can lay on his scythe. He can then curse them, I see. After he licked his blood, he changed, his body changed colors, so that was easy to deduce, but that's not all. There's one more step to activate the curse, one more. Earlier, he ignored Azuma's fire-style jutsu, didn't even bother to avoid it, and rushed straight to the diagram he had drawn. Once inside it, he said the ritual shall now begin and barked all preparations are now done. So my guess is that the cursed jutsu can only be activated while it's inside the diagram. Cool. Not my fault, you talk too much. Enough talk, I'm gonna tear you apart and kill you later. There won't be a later. He's out, let's see if the jutsu's undone. Shing. Yes. How dare you, I can still move. I still can't move. This is my limit. I can't hold him much longer. That's fine, Shikamaru. Help me, Dakuzu. Don't just stand there. I told you to be careful. Oh. You know the manga versus, you should make a video of the 13 calamities. There's 13 worlds like the One Piece world and others. I've thought about making content on it. I don't have any issues with it. I can definitely make content on it. You think Sasori's stronger than Kakuzu? That's probably fair. In theory, wouldn't Ryo also shut down Shinigami's power since their organs produce spiritual energy, and once destroyed, you lose your powers? Isn't their spiritual energy made by, like, the organ specifically, like, in their wrists? I like how they just have to break down the enemy's combat jutsu. Like, that's fine, right? Like, Shikamaru explaining the methods, or the method, or, like, the theory behind an opponent's jutsu, that's a good way to explain an opponent's abilities, right? That's a good way to do it. Because Hidan's abilities aren't inherently, you know, that difficult to decipher on your own, but the way that they did it was by having a character that is known to have a large amount of intelligence within the context of the verse, explain the abilities point by point. I feel like that's a good way of explaining a character's moves, right? It's not just like breaking down their abilities mid-combat is okay, as long as it's not the person who is literally the guy doing the stuff. So that if you can't survive your own attack in the aftermath, then it's no good. I'm doing good, Lazarus. How you doing? Their wrists are the vents, but the 2 organs are in the navel area, and the others in the solar plexus, however you spell it. You sure about that? I don't remember reading that. I don't remember finding that. Oh. You might be right. You've been right about a lot of other stuff. You might be right. Like the One Piece world, there's an invasion from the future in which people can create their own devil fruits and have multiple devil fruits and hockey leveling tech. That'd be cool. It really hurts. Ow, you fools. You have no idea how painful it is having your head sliced off. What the... I don't know how to even begin to explain this one. Yeah, but even if he's alive, he's no longer attached to his body. He can't perform jutsu. He might be immortal, but he's completely useless. For sure. So, Shikamaru's at his limits, and Captain Azuma is wounded. He may be giving ourselves the upper hand by disabling one of the Akatsuki. It also means we created a chance for us to escape not so fast. Knock down Azuma. Gag. Now that you've asked for my help, I'm giving it whether you want it or not. Finally, don't move too much or it'll come right off. Ha. It's reattached. What in the world are we up against? One after another, they're both so skilled. Your battle repartee is as overlong as your ritual. You stick with the cash cow, I'll deal with the rest. Izumo, Kotetsu, yeah. The two guys from Naruto. It's crazy that they're best known as the two guys from Naruto. That's still one of the funniest things you can fucking Google search, in my opinion. I mean, if it's stated in a data book that Naruto can blow up the planet, but Naruto can't survive the planet blowing up, that wouldn't make Naruto. By that logic, then Naruto wouldn't be. That by that logic, Naruto also wouldn't be planetary. Like, you can't make the argument that Whitebeard can't be planetary because if he destroys the planet, he won't survive it. You can't make the same logic for Naruto then. You have to apply the same logic for Naruto, I mean. Like, that's literally just the logic right there then, right? You can't make one argument without inherently being disingenuous about the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine if you want to say, like, here's the thing. I'm fine with, like, the argument or at least, like, the explanation that, like, okay, so Naruto, blah, 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 Naruto, can blow up the planet. That's completely fine. I have zero qualms and zero issues with that. He can do it. I believe that if it's stated in the data book, I'm perfectly fine with believing in it. That's completely fine. However, if you are going to make the argument that that Whitebeard also cannot destroy the planet, because he can't survive the explosion, he does fight in the moon, right? I realized my scaling of the Sogeking was wrong. Technically, Luffy also had gone through a 5 times Zemp from fighting Bluno according to the Doriki scaling, so Sogeking is more than a 50 times Zemp, sure. Nah, here's the thing. With the Whitebeard stuff, because of the term world, you can technically say that it is the whole society thing. Again, I don't really care. Like, if either character is planetary or not. That I genuinely don't give a shit about that. It doesn't change my argument in the slightest bit. But the point that I'm really just trying to make here, is that if you're going to make one argument for Naruto, you have to make the same argument for Whitebeard. If you're not going to make the argument for Whitebeard, you can't make the argument for Naruto. That's really what it is. Okay, they got their asses saved. You all right, Master Azuma? How does that make someone planetary and someone not? What about Sage Mode? What's up, Saudi Gang? What about Sage Mode? Oh, look, it's the first time we get... Yo, I love the pipe work that Kishimoto does for his series. I really like the design of, like, the hidden rain village. I know it looks like absolute dog shit and it's basically just a bunch of crumpled up buildings with, like, large massive pipes around them or whatever, but I like the aesthetic. I don't know why. Gives me like a pseudo cyberpunk idea without the neon lights. You know what I mean? It feels almost like a cyber ninja punk thing without it being, or like ninja punk without having like the without having like, yeah, all the neon lights and stuff like that. Truthfully, I will say how DB does Naruto and Luffy. It depends on how they buy their feats and high ends. I mean, they didn't use the outdated statement for Dante that turns his last battle in his favor. What's the app name, sir? What are you talking about? What software are you reading the comics? It's a website. You can just read it up here. Not like I'm blocking it. One of these days I'm going to put a curse on him. They're treating temporarily. What a strategy. Okay. Okay, Azuma dies. I don't think I give a shit. Razor sharp instincts become truly worth of becoming Hokage. You probably try to avoid it since you hate being bothered like that. Those shogi games, not one I could beat you, reminds you of a conversation about the king. Alright, I definitely don't care about anything. The Rain Village is a genuine vibe. Yeah. It is. I agree. Hey guys, careful. Here's another one. Turning Nine Tails. Captain Yamato, help. Here comes again. Sure. Are you alright? It's been a whole day since we started trying to add wind racers to the Rasengan. Using about 200 shadow doppelgangers in terms of solo time. That's roughly 9,800 hours, but still not enough. Mr. Kakashi, this drill, the chalk control is so difficult. I can't manage more than two doppelgangers to make. It takes so much focus just to make the Rasengan. To then add chakra nature, it's too much. Uzumaki doesn't really matter. What if to look right and left at the same time? What if someone asked you to look right and left? Yeah, here's how you can look. Once we're done here, with the three tails, we'll seal the two tails as well. It'll be about 6 days, so prepare yourself. 6 whole days. It's rating where we are. Shut up, Hidan. We're close to slaughtering those Konoha shinobi. I was about to show those heathens that might the might of the Church of Yashin. Konoha are not heathens. They venerate their ancestors. And follow the will of fire. Though I suppose you could say that they use it to justify their going to war. Hey, are you making fun of me? No, I did not intend to ridicule your reason for fighting. After all, you and I are birds of a feather, but in the end it doesn't matter what one's reason is. Religion, philosophy, raw materials, land, grievance, love, whim, no matter how trivial the motive, it becomes a cause of conflict. Wars will never disappear for the end of the day. It's simply part of human nature. No one's listening to your long-winded lectures. I have my own way of doing things and my own personal goals. I don't intend to devote my all to the organization, alright? But so long as you are a member of the Akatsuki, you will contribute to its goals. Once they have been achieved, I am sure your own wishes will be swiftly granted. You act all high and mighty, but it appears the Akatsuki's motive is merely greed. In regard, you're the same as Kakuzu and the type that I hate the most. For sure, our immediate goal is money indeed, but the Akatsuki's ultimate goal lies elsewhere. Must require an inordinate amount of capital. The second newest member after Toby, so I've heard anything from any of you. You're just furtive whispering when I'm not around. Are you sulking? It's about time you knew. The Akatsuki's goal will need to be achieved. Next, there are 3 steps, money being the first. Okay, cool. The second aim is to use that money to create the world's first mercenary shinobi army. Hey, but that's just like the shinobi village is already doing, getting paid to carry out missions and all. You want to become the chief of some small village that doesn't even have a host nation to support it? How absurd. It's actually quite the opposite. Let me explain to you in detail. To a nation that possess powerful shinobi business plays a key role in that nation's profit structure. Shinobi villages earn immense amounts of money by participating in conflicts both within and outside of host nations' borders. In short, they support the nation's economy, not the other way around. Conversely, in order for that nation to have steady revenue, war becomes a necessary evil. However, the current era has only seen multiple small conflicts. There are no more great wars like in the past. No nations have trimmed their villages, and many shinobi have lost their jobs. Shinobi exist to fight. They put their lives on the line for the nation, and yet this is how they are rewarded. The great 5 nations are still both fine. Both the villages and their great host nations at large are greatly trusted. They receive many commissions and from other nations, and are very stable. Smaller nations, however, are not lucky. It takes an immense amount of money to maintain a village, even in a time of peace, and yet if one trims a village too much, it will become able to respond adequately. It will become unable to respond adequately to a sudden conflict. Okay. I think all this stuff is important. Not for the fight itself, but I like having all this stuff. My stream health is fine, so it's probably on U6. DLC instated Verso Drafts is one of the deepest layers of the canvas, which could scale implications. Cool. Keep pausing and restarting. The Rain Village is one of the most aesthetic in the Naruto, and there should have been more scenes there. Yeah, there probably should have. I'll tell you, I'd rather have Naruto's clones than... Yeah, I agree. Making shadow clones is a pretty useful ability. I'd actually like to have them, especially for things like going to school and even doing work. Like, in all honesty, if I could, I would work all day and then at night I would make a shadow clone. At night, I would probably like have shadow clones like do editing process for me. I did about the deepest parts. Oh no, about the deepest parts of like the verso drafts. No, just other than the fact that like I saw it in the I saw like the update. I didn't download the update because I saw something online about like nerfing Mael, and I was like, I'm not updating anything in the game if it means like having less damage output. Oh no, I didn't see your last comment. Let me see. The full sentence is the world is Sekai, English Sekai or Horobosu Chikara, which translates directly to destroy the world. No room for interpretation since it can't mean society. Okay. I'll probably have to find the original Japanese translation just to have the scan up. But your clone would be you, so you would convince yourself to do something you don't want to do. I mean, I want to do it. It's not necessarily. That's where we, the Akatsuki, come in. We do not align ourselves to any nation. We prepare the necessary number of shinobi troops for the appropriate time. An organization that will accept money for contracts of war from both small and nations and small shinobis alike. At first, we'll take on all sorts of conflicts for little money so we can exclusively corner the war market. And then we'll use the tailed beast to cause new wars altogether. Eventually, we'll be a monopoly controlling all wars. Once we are in control, we can destroy the shinobi system, the villages, and all great nations so that everyone has no choice but to use the Akatsuki, which will finally allow us to attain a true goal with the third and the final step. World domination. Man, Kishimoto's paneling work is so fucking sick. Yeah. It'd be extremely efficient. Mm-hmm. In Fishman Islands, and wow, Horty Jones being that strong seems crazy. Yeah. By the way, did you update all your drivers? I forgot to do that. I'm not gonna lie. I completely forgot to do that. You just reminded me. How the fuck do I do that again? Use device managers, right click device, network actor, update drivers, sure. Device manager. Device manager, network adapters. The best drivers for your device are already installed. A rubber body would make me the goat at any sport, and I would be easier to use without the government knowing, so picking it over clones. Clones are overpowered, though. You just have to make sure that your clones are never within, like, any form of visible camera or anything like that. As long as you can do something like that, I think you'll be fine. No, everything's up to date, apparently. Ugh. Seems... Whatever. We need to just get through this as quickly as possible. Starting to get the hang of it. Interesting. So this is what you caught up. It shouldn't be surprising after all. You took the two of you to produce an original Rasengan, one to control chakra mission, the other to control the change in form at this. I suppose this is a natural progression. Yeah. That's right. All I needed to do was create a third of me to control the wind chakra nature. Like you said, if you can't look left and right at the same time, you need to create a double who can check out the other direction for you. Two heads are better than one, with doppelgangers providing the earlier crew. Although this method works for Naruto, who has ample supplies of chakra and double, it wouldn't work for me either, or the fourth Hokage. I have to admit, Naruto, you really are something. I think I'm finally starting to like you. I was trying to say was never mind what's going on. Asuma has been killed. Yep. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I need any of that. Now, without my approval, the enemy said they would return. I will decide when the time is a proper squad. We'll be joining the troop of choosing, and you'll be just send them as reinforcements afterwards. Energy already worked out our strategy. Enough. Azuma's dead. It's just the three of you now. The basic unit is a 4-man cell. Azuma's still with us. We're not stupid. We have no intention. We're not going, we aren't going to live without meaning. Grow up, the dead, the shadows. Yeah. But there are 4, it's alright. Then I'll take over and go as leader. You're going to try and stop them. Might as well send along someone who can keep an eye on them. Stop them from doing anything stupid. What about Naruto? Alright. Yeah, this is about 6. Next is a 2-tail. So this was what, about like 3 days and then another 3 days? Sure. Kakashi scenario where itself. Follow up as a member. We'll have him wrap up in the next 24 hours and we'll send a different squad. Shizune for the worst case scenario review. Here we go. Okay. Oh, I like the scan. I think I might be over leveled for the DLC. I'm just nuking the first enemies. I think you'll be fine. I think it's fine. You can nuke whatever you want. I've been trying out CL, by the way. I don't want the world government experimenting research on me. That's the worst thing about having powers. Yeah. No, it's the MOBO firmware. You would have to go through the manufacturer site and check out, make sure that the drivers are updated. MOBO is motherboard. Oh, okay. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's one of the things I don't like about like this computer stuff. That like you just have to go through all these different things and you have to like update all these different fucking things just to get the thing to work. I don't like that. Personally speaking, that's one of the things I hate about PCs. I think it's fine. Hidan Kakuzu of the 2 are in Konoha. If you 2 are heading to Konoha, word of warning, there's a screening, Naruto Uzumaki, say the weakling, we have attached his arms, better on their neck. Hey Kakuzu, whose side are you on? 6 days without moving, I'm ready for a rampage. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting use of the mind transfer jutsu. Forgot you could do that. Taking different routes, predicted, heard about 10 minutes, yeah. Heat on, I know. Kakuzu, I hardened my arms. Kakuzu, I hardened my arms, so it's fine. This feels so fucked. These are not the right chapter order. This doesn't make any sense. Anybody notice this? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Why is this page 11 and this is page 12? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, whatever. We won't be falling for the same trick. Okay. They didn't detonate. We've been had. More letter bombs. Look out. Art of the Shadow Possession. Shuriken achieved. Can't reach. What I threw at you were chakra blades. Not only do they absorb the wheeler's chakra, but they can also complement it as just the wheeler's jutsu. In short, I was aiming them at your shadows the whole time. Okay. Pick those in DLC are good as fuck. I might have to check it out real quick. They don't even have 1,000,000 health. That sucks. He even distracted us further, forcing us attention to the ground for the shadows so we wouldn't notice his attack from above until the last minute. These letter bombs are fake, ordinary pieces of paper. I'd say the first bomb were merely to mislead. Chakra blade. Bye. Have to go. Rank pushing the Valor. My friends are in DC. Have fun, everyone. Have a good one, man. Hope to see you again. It's only 2 o'clock. Hey, what are we doing getting caught too, Kakuzu? This isn't looking good, is it? It's an understatement. It's all over for you two. Sure. I never forget a face, kid. Someday I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kill you. Well, you just don't get it. Yeah. When he attacked them with the letter bombs, he must have hidden his arm, his right arm in the ground under the cover of the smoke. Can you plainly see my abilities are countless, and you'd be wise to retreat and plan your next move if you're smart, unlike my companion here. Just remember, all the analysis you do mid-battle means nothing if the situation on the ground doesn't go as calculated. Kakazu, what do you mean unlike my companion? Do something, Kakazu. Now, Choji. Spiked human boulder. Yeah. For sure, but still be careful around Sasuke's fire change and chakra nature. Right, I should probably start explaining the positive and negative relationship. Simply put, just started BG3 for the first time, and these streams are the best background stuff to help me focus. Hey, that's cool, man. I'm glad my content can help you in any way. Choji is so cool, but I fucking hate his Boruto design. Yeah, the Boruto designs are all right at best. I've grown to like Naruto's adult design. I kind of like the short hair, you know? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Cynical? Hope you're doing good, man. Only one can assist in magnify chakra. What's going on? It's just as Raito said. He's got some jutsu that lets him harden his body. That's his ability. It's true, physical attacks are virtually useless against me. Enough chit-chat, let's start launching our counterattack. Hakazu, hurry up and know the stupid jutsu already. Stabs him through the chest. How did I even sense your approach? That flesh-hardening jutsu of yours from the signs, it's an earth-style jutsu. You could read the signs. Wait, you're a master of lightning jutsu, that's it. Your earth is inferior to lightning. You're bad luck, you're done for. Okay. Yeah, adult Naruto's cool, but Gaara needs to charge his barber for treason. That's crazy. Let me see something. Gaara design the last. Gaara the last design. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw this hair for Gaara, when I first saw like this hairstyle for Gaara, I was like, okay, yo, Gaara looks pretty cool. And then when I saw this hairstyle for him, I was like, bro, there's no fucking way, dude. It's just the hair. Listen, the outfit is fine. I actually do like it a little bit more than like just wearing a straight up burgundy fit. Don't get me wrong, the old burgundy slim fit is alright, but I think that Gaara could use a bit more color. Pretty much all of the Boruto designs come out from chapter 700 of Naruto. Yeah. I think it's fine. Like, the hair is a problem, but it's just the hair, man. It's just the hair. Gaara's a good guy now. He wants to show that he's a proper, dapper little fella. He's alright. I was wondering, Naruto's baseline can't harm Luffy, so he doesn't have a lot of win conditions outside of a Biju Dam and I guess Rasen Shuriken. Well, most versions of Naruto, at least in base form, don't really do much, and Luffy just straight up outclasses him in terms of raw stats. Like, in terms of just raw stats, Luffy's base versus Naruto's base, Luffy straight up outstats him. Because Luffy has access to everything he can do in his base form. With Naruto, a lot of his, like, more powerful techniques do need some level of, like, KCM chakra. Like, he can't shoot a tailed beast bomb in base. He has to go into KCM first. Honestly, I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, you know, Luffy's going to go Gear 5 or transform quicker than Naruto can transform, but I mean, if you believe that he can, if you believe that Luffy can transform in an instant comparison to Naruto, then yeah. Naruto is still ass in this arc? I don't believe that. I think that Naruto's finally getting to a point where, like, you know, even Kakashi says that, like, oh, he's finally surpassed me. You know what I mean? Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Sucker punched right through your heart. I can't believe you were done in like that. Runs in, kick, sends him back. I haven't read Boruto. Much of the idea of a redemption arc seems cool if that goes anywhere. It doesn't. I don't know if it really goes anywhere per se. Like, Orochimaru is just allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. Technically. My shadow possession has reached its limits. Why are those? Why isn't he dead? Who knows? He can use those hearts. Now finally I can move. What are those? Kakuzu, let's begin the slaughter. Lord Yashi, and I give my body, soul, chakra feels nasty. Yeah. One of them died right away, so stupid. One of the mass emerged from his body, collapsed. That must have been the one that I got with my lightning blade. Stay back, Hedon, I've got this now. No way, I want in on this action. Let's go with the usual. Humph. He attacks Kakashi. He shot right through his own teammate unless he's taking advantage of his partner's immortality. Next is Choji. False Darkness. I have to find the False Darkness scan. False Darkness Naruto. False Darkness data book. Actually, data book. Clair obscura, bum ba ba da da. Fireball is dropped from the ground. Erupting in a raging firestorm that burns everything on the ground. When it's combined with the properties of wind, the flames increase in intensity. The flames have sufficient explosive combustion to turn the surrounding areas into a charred wasteland. Mutually exclusive to each other. Happens at two jutsus at the same character clash. Channel the elements. Sasuke. Fireball jutsu techniques. Sasuke displays strength in the second state to overwhelm Itachi. However, the amount of chakra is greater. It's sometimes possible to push back the opponent's jutsu in that case because the loser is also hit with his own jutsu. Losers pushing contest suffers immeasurable damage. Yeah. Clair obscura, ba da 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 da. Bum bum ba da da dum bum ba da da dum ba ba da da. Data book. Save this. Thank goodness for Reddit allowing you to post pictures in the comments. Holy shit. Sometimes finding these statements is annoying as fuck, dude. Naruto data book. Jutsu. Okay. We got it there. Made me find the song. It's good. Really? Yeah, the performance was great. As One Piece diehard, I'm glad Naruto never learned any prominent water style jutsu. I mean, it doesn't really help him out. He does have like a water style Rasen Shuriken technically, but it doesn't really change anything. Like, I'm willing to at least say, you know, if you want to, like, give Naruto, you know, the lightning speed, it's really annoying trying to find data book statements. It is. That's why I don't like going into other series. If I ever have to go into another series where they have data book statements as well, I'm going to probably do a backflip off of the Burj Khalifa. That shit is so fucking annoying. Like, why can't authors just put the shit in the fucking story? Why do I have to now look for all these different little pieces of information outside of it, bro? It just makes everything more tedious. I hate data books, dude. I fucking hate the concept of data books. Like, couldn't this information just be written somewhere in the fucking manga, like in the after chapters or some shit? Man, I don't know. I know, like, it's like one of those, like, small things to complain about, but holy shit is it aggravating. Oh, wait, we already did this one. Okay, Lightning Blade. So especially the one with the mass, one can perform such high level jutsus unless they're compatible with one's own chakra nature, and yet he's already displayed earth, wind, and lightning. Still standing, you have survived this routine, Kakashi, just through your Sharingan, fire style. All events, no annoying as data books. I love that, man. Sorry, Lapis, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm genuinely jealous. You're telling me all I have to look for in Deltarune is just the video games? Fuck, man, that sounds lovely. Even for like Final Fantasy, I thought about like doing Final Fantasy 17, but apparently there's some like large books that actually do provide some information. There's some like fan books that I think do provide information for 16, unless it's like one of those just those art books, and I don't know if like the art books are necessarily canon or not. Yeah, he technically can turn Naruto's jutsu into rubber. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to. I don't see what the limitation there would be. Especially when they have ridiculous statements and analogies. That's what I'm saying. Black Tower does everything in the main story, and there are canon light novels that talk about stuff that happened that we didn't see in the anime, like Luck and Magna doing a dungeon. Yeah. But don't misinterpret. Whenever I do get around to Black Clover, there's no way in hell I'm doing fucking novels. It's not about whether or not I like the story, it's about the fact that I'm not reading a fucking novel, dude. Yeah, only the games provide good power scaling. I know Master Kakashi's lightning blade was right on target. How's that guy not dead yet? He destroyed his heart. He should have killed him. However, it seems that he merely took down one of the monsters that emerged from his body. I suspected it died. Similarly to how it escaped the shadow possession jutsu earlier. I thought again. Then again, I've poured 4 lightning blades while keeping the Sharingan active. I can't let this drag out much longer. 4 lightning blades. That's 2. Oh, 3. This is 4. Yeah, that's 4 lightning blades. Kakashi has enough chakra to only use 4 lightning blades? Like, dude, there's a... Like, okay. I'm not saying... listen, I'm not saying that Naruto characters are weak, but, like, when you have a situation where, like, even a top-tier shinobi like Kakashi, because Kakashi is a top-tier shinobi within the context of the verse, Kakashi is well-venerated, well-known throughout the world, people legitimately know of his name throughout the entirety of the fucking verse, and that only really happens with some of the most powerful ninja. Unless they're like Akatsuki members that are hidden in the background, even then they're known by at least by their respective villages. It's like, dude, Kakashi only has enough chakra to do 4 lightning blades. That's kind of crazy. Like, they don't have good stamina. Like, Naruto characters, at least when it comes to like jutsu like this, they really don't have good stamina. Like, that's another thing here, man. I don't know. Strength is relative. That's fine, since there isn't many scaling implications besides multipliers and uni and infinite speed stuff from the light novels for the movie. But I can just give you that. Yeah, that's fine. Well, he used it more than 2 times after this as well. No, I know, but he says it right here. Like, I can't let this drag too much longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not to say that, like, Kakashi only has enough chakra to do 4 lightning blades. I'm not saying that either, but it's like, they had some pretty fucking pitiful stamina reserves, dude. Does PMO, though, does piss me off, though. This motherfucker should have been able to clap the Deva Path alone. Okay, I'm not saying that Kakashi should have had the capacity to clap the Deva Path alone. I mean, pain does work in the sense of a whole unit, and the Deva Path could dodge a point-blank lightning range, so, like, the head isn't really a stamina type of guy. Yeah, but nobody in the verse is. Naruto and Sasuke are, like, the 2 guys in the verse that without any extra chakra from, like, any other source have massive fucking funds. Sure, you have to, like, wait till Sasuke gets to, like, the latter half of the fucking Shippuden arcs, like 4th Great Shinobi War and onwards, since he doesn't have the curse mark to give him chakra. But, like, you can even argue Naruto has a metric fuck ton of chakra himself, besides, like, the Nine Tails. Like Kakashi said it himself, Naruto has 100 times the chakra that he does. If, let's just say, Kakashi can do 6 lightning blades before he's, like, very low on chakra, not near death, but, like, very low on chakra. If Kakashi can do 6 full-powered lightning blades, that means that Naruto can do 600 of them. That means, like, retroactively speaking, Naruto can also do 600 of these motherfuckers. How is he countering Kamui? To be fair, Kakashi didn't really use... Like, I hate the idea of, like, Kamui, or, like, people saying that, like, oh, man, Kamui is just an instant answer, like, so many fucking verses or characters, because Kakashi doesn't even really use Kamui like that on opponents. Like, most of the time that Kakashi uses Kamui, I think I can probably count in one hand the number of times that when he uses Kamui, he literally tries to use it on somebody's head. He tried to use it against the Ten Tails. And maybe you can argue Deidara, even though he was just trying to aim at Deidara, not necessarily his head. But, like, I can't really recall many other instances of him attempting to physically use Kamui on somebody's head. Because at that point, why not just use it on Kaguya? You know what I mean? Like, if Kakashi had Kamui against Kaguya, all he really needs to do at that point is just aim it at her head. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it's not that great of a win condition. At least for Kakashi's sake, because he never really uses it, at least in character, he barely ever uses it. You're gonna ignore the war arc? Would Naruto just scale lower? If you ignore the war arc, would Naruto scale far lower? Yeah, no, Naruto, all of Naruto's best feats, objectively speaking, every single one of Naruto's best feats comes from the war and the last. The war and the last shoot up his scaling so astronomically far up higher than where he was before. Kakashi ran out of chakra against Kaguya? No, he didn't. Not really. He can make a whole Susanoo, throw multiple Susanoo shurikens, perform a Kamui Raikiri, and also perform a Kamui to warp away the whatchamacallit, the all-killing Ashbone. He didn't really run out of chakra. If anything, you can just argue he ran out of DMS. Like, when people say DMS Kakashi negs the verse, I hope they understand that he would have to neg the damn fucking verse in exactly 5 attacks. That's what people don't understand. Like, you have to essentially just give Kakashi all of this extra shit, and you have to say, like, oh yeah, endless Kamui, just to, like, make the character seem powerful. Naruto power-ups really don't last that long. Deidara's bomb, which is larger than the Devapath more than 10 times over? When did he teleport Deidara's bomb? I'm aware that he did it, like, in the earlier portions of Shippuden, but not now. Wait, one second. Let me finish up this, let me finish this up, and then I'll double check that real quick. Because Deidara's bomb did not get that big. Unless you're talking about a War Arc feat, but I don't remember him actually being in the Ops squad against Deidara's, against Deidara specifically. In his fake out. I got you. One second. I got you. Jeff probably got these for me, so I'll just check my data bank instead, actually. Let's see. Rescue Kazekage. Okay. That's all the Sakura stuff. I don't care about that. That explosion is 10 times larger than Pain? I mean, I don't know. That explosion's not that big. That explosion's really not that big. Not really, because when did Kakashi build up... Like, Kakashi's not even looking at Deidara right here. He doesn't have to, like, build up that much chakra. And I mean, if you're gonna go with that, then that just makes it really easy to fucking dodge. But yeah, no, Deidara doesn't get that big. You can see it right here. Like, yeah, he gets fat here. He, like, concentrates all of his chakra at one point, sure. But, like, I wouldn't say the explosion is that big. It doesn't even, like, reach the trees. It doesn't even, like, reach the top of these trees. 18 meters, it does... Okay, 18 meters is larger than a tailed beast. This explosion is not 18 meters long or tall. When she pulled out the TSO? Did he say that? Did Kakashi say he was running out of chakra against the ETSO? What is it, like... 83? No. 85? No. 88? Thanks, Obito. Okay. I definitely can't teleport away such a giant object, even if we escape to another dimension. If that thing gets too big, we won't be able to replace. No, he doesn't say anything about him running low on chakra. I can now resurrect an old move. Asura Ninja. And then he just teleports it right here. Yeah, no, he doesn't ever say he runs out of chakra. Oh, yeah, no, it's not. It's, yeah, no. If somebody makes a claim like that, I'm willing to, like, double check it real quick. But no, he does not become 10 times larger. Okay. He attached his arm with his own beating heart and allowed him to move autonomously, which means that I suspect each of those creatures are merged, not to mention the mask himself, are all separate hearts, and yet all of the hearts are his too, which means I've started out with 5 hearts, but that's impossible. He's down to one of those, thanks to Kakashi's lightning blade. You mean in order to take him down permanently, we need to destroy 4 more hearts? Apparently, good eye. Again, each of those hearts belongs to a shinobi that I battled and got the best of. Destroy one, and I will simply replenish it with another. With your hearts, for example. And now this makes sense. He took the other hearts out as long as their chakra natures harbored the Keiraku, the chakra network, which is why he can perform so many changes in chakra nature. Don't underestimate us, the immortal duo. Shikamaru, the best way to fight them is to separate them. So we first divide and conquer, fight them separately. Then we focus on the one we know can defeat by killing 4 more. Which means we need someone to stall heat on that fellow. I'll do it. I've got the most chakra reserves right now. Plus, I'm not useful in simple battles, so I can use my mind transfer technique. No, don't forget your mind transfer technique is a jutsu normally linked to the shadow possession jutsu, where it's launched after the attack has been mobilized. If you miss, you won't be able to return to your own body for a few minutes. It's too risky. I'll do it. I'll bind him with my shadow possession jutsu and move him out of range. That begs the question: how big are we going to trap him? We still need the kind of diversion. One diversion coming right up. Nix on that too. If you get so much as a scratch on your captures your blood, it's all over. We can't hope to approach him and attack him with our sides. Choji, you preserve the chakra, or else you can take on the mask guy. Will be whispering, itching at the ear. Start it again. Not only will I trap him on my own, but I'll also be a diversion. Shikamaru. Thanks. You scarred my sight. You scared of my sight with that ability to convert attacks from a distance? How shameful. Okay, so it splits up, jumps up, backs up your mind, slow poke, throws. He picked up the blade and threw it with a shadow. Okay, then he flings it. It's harder to maneuver in air, but we got him. Okay. You're so naive. As long as you watch the shadows, this jutsu is useless. I don't just hide in my shadows, I become them. What? Shadow possession jutsu achieved. You go, Shikamaru. Yep, leave this place. I'll take care of him. You think you can divide and conquer me and Kakuzu? Let's go for a pleasant stroll, shall we? That Shikamaru lad, I bet he would command quite a high bounty. Sending him to deal with Hidan himself may seem wise tactically, but it was a fatal underestimation of Hidan's abilities. That boy is going to die today, but you are all correct. I am strong. The gap between our respective experiences is vast. Your headbands, they remind me of my very first Konoha shinobi I fought, the first Hokage. So you really are immortal? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I just haven't been just downloading the chapter pages. That's dumb. Seems about right. Do you know of any good matchups for Chopper? I've been trying to make a matchup for each straw, and I just can't find ones that I like. I think Chopper versus a Tailed Beast would be cool. I think I could probably argue Chopper versus a Tailed Beast. Let me ask you guys something. Does size matter in Naruto? Does size actually matter in Naruto? I would say yes. Don't just think about endgame shit, please. Don't just say, well, does size really matter in, like, the endgame? No. Does size matter within the entire context of Naruto? Because, like, let's be honest here. The fact that they can summon massive tailed beasts, the fact that they can summon massive animal summonings that usually do provide a level of support just from the sheer size and range of their jutsu. The fact that Choji can become a giant and fight against the Ten Tails, even though in base size, he doesn't really do much. The fact that a character like Choji can literally make his arm bigger to do more physical damage. Would you guys say, genuinely speaking, does size matter for... Because Sai was able to bag Ino? That's crazy. That's crazy. Does size matter? The fuck does that even mean? Not necessarily the end-all be-all, but yes, it is a consistent factor. Okay, because I have been mentioning this before. So if you guys think that size matters, I'm going to leave this up for a couple minutes. I want to see, like, what the votes get to. Once we reach around, like, 30 votes, then I'll probably take it down. Because I want to then push this into another conversation. I want to push this into a second conversation that I think we all know that Sai has small size. All right. All right. Elbaf wipes the Naruto verse confirmed. I'm not. That wasn't my point, but I mean, if you want to draw that conclusion, I think that's fine. Sai meat watching. Like, why are we watching Sai's meat? What the fuck? Don't your robo toss giant Choji? It does, but he's also using a curse mark that literally amplifies. That quite literally amplifies his strength. Yeah, but that's more of a case of all out chakra potency over size of anything. I mean, Choji is literally entering a special state that he can only achieve by eating a specific pill. Meanwhile, he can also turn himself into a giant, which would actually fight against anybody else, someone who can't simply lift the giant. Which, to be fair, Jirobo, I would argue, is one of the few people that can do something like that. He's actually taller than Naruto and Sasuke and Shippuden. I believe it. Luffy's like, what, 5'7"? They're like, what, 5'6"? Yeah, they're like 5'6", 5'7". Partial expansion jutsu, sure. We should power scale the power scaling creators. Ooh, but it can't. But I can't be the one to do that, right? It would have to be somebody else. Why are we meat scaling? They're meat scaling. I'm not personally meat scaling. They're the ones doing that. Of course, Eon is better than Seth the Programmer. Oh my god. I mean, shit. Damn. In Naruto, yes. Naruto was the person we've seen throwing around large creatures multiple times on panels. Luffy is 5'10". Is Luffy really 5'10"? He's 174. He's 5'8". Yeah, he's shorter than I am. Oh, he's 5'9". Okay, yeah. He's definitely shorter than I am. Naruto ends up getting to like 6 feet tall, though, right? Naruto ends up being like 6 feet tall, 6'11". So 5'11". Oh, I said 6'11". Naruto Uzumaki height. Oh yeah, he's yeah. Naruto ends up being taller than Luffy though by the end of the series. Yeah, he's 166 centimeters, which is like what? 5'5", 5'6". My boy grew up to be so handsome. Look at my boy. I fuck with the hairstyle, alright? I fuck with the hairstyle. Your hair's gonna look bigger if you're a kid. Eon beats Luffy confirmed? I mean, I didn't say that. I mean, I could close the book in on him, sure. Yeah, Naruto's like 5'11", almost 6 feet tall. I remember looking that up like years ago. Alright, we're back to this. Okay, Jiraiya must have fed him good. Can't be Luffy, he's only multi-continental. I'm not multi-continental and sub-relativistic! Fuck! How many times do I have to tell you this? Bro was starving? Actually, 50 kilograms is pretty small. He's 5'8". Naruto's 5'5" in Shippuden and 5'10" as an adult. Dude, I hate the metric and imperial systems, dude. Why can't we just have like one single system? I guess Americans don't want to do anything in meters. We have to use every other metric like beer cans and American eagles and bald eagles. How many bald eagles tall are you guys? I'm like 4.5 bald eagles tall. Bro, how tall does Luffy get, you think, at the end of the story? Like Shanks' height? Because even that's tall. Yeah, Shanks is like 6 feet tall, if I remember right. Training, covers. Yeah, I want covers. I don't care how many toes and whatever you want to scale. Meters are better. Yeah, fair enough. Covers, data book, Rasen Shuriken training. There we go. Alright. So you got the stuff in, or win style marks. Okay, I just know the shadows above 5 minutes. That's more than enough time for you, fool. Okay, he slashes Shikamaru. Stabs himself. Conditions have been satisfied. Die. Master Kakashi. Guess water style jutsu isn't enough to put out wind enhanced fire. Okay. Da 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 da. How pitiful. Lord Joshin's too disappointed. I would hope that Kakuzu was done by now. Don't tell me. Yeah, that's right. We used your blood. You had a chance to hold on to it. Shikamaru knew your partner's ability to use others' blood, so he was blood storing capsules. Ooh, excuse me. No way. When I opened the chest with my lightning blade, it took some of your blood. It's the two of you who underestimated Shikamaru. Would never let go to waste on the intelligence, so someone sacrificed his life to obtain. Cool. Yeah. Alright. Average height in One Piece is 7 foot to 9 feet. Luffy will be like Dofi's height. End of series. And plays, you can only get your bald eagles when you turn 21. So you couldn't even measure height until 21 years old. Well, metric measurements for distance make more sense. I will say empirical temperature is far superior. Bald eagle is 3 feet tall. You are not 4 of them. I am 4 American eagles tall. I am 4 bald eagles tall. Fuck bald eagles. I am American eagles tall, man. Fuck out of here. Do you have a ruler? Are you willing to measure me? Because I'm not about to do some fucking face reveal yet. This was kind of smooth on Shikamaru's end, I'm not gonna lie. He did that shit with like pinpoint precision. Master Kashi, slowly let me use my medical ninjutsu to heal you. Slowly, let me use my medical ninjutsu. Treat me later. Okay. Art of Human Expansion. Choharite, Super Slap. Then they go back. They reinfuse themselves. 2 of my hearts are gone. Been a really long time since that happened. Putting an opponent under the same jutsu so many times, even an idiot would start to pick up on details. Your jutsu isn't as powerful as it was earlier. I can still move. Seems like each time you bind me, its strength and duration diminishes, which means the more you use your shadow art, the more its overall effectiveness is compromised. Which also means you're approaching the limit of your chakra, eh? Yep. Wind style, Rasengan, Suiton, Horyu, water style, Ripping Torrent, Jutsu, Art of the Hurricane Vortex. Sorry, we're late. Phew, perfect timing. Naruto, you guys too. I've never seen you so slovenly, Kakashi. This enemy's pretty strong. Another weirdo shows up. And already disheveled. Where's Shikamaru? We're battling the other one. You two head over and assist him. Long distance and a medic. Follow me, comrades. I love how Oda makes a regular character like 10 feet tall and just doesn't address it. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that fucking funny? Also, it kind of makes me wonder, like, are One Piece characters, like, small down there? Because, like, if they're relatively as large, I feel like a lot of women in One Piece would have their insides turned, you know, to mush. Does Kizaru wipe or let it crush? What the fuck kind of question is that? Why the fuck would you ask me that? I'm trying to figure out Naruto versus Luffy, and you ask me if Kizaru wipes or let it. All right, you know what? Thank you for that question. That really does add to the current topic of conversation that we're having. That really does help out a lot. I appreciate you, Lapis. I really do. Kind of shit is that? Who the fuck asks some shit like that, dude? All for the... Oh, man. That was funny, though. I'll give you that. It was really funny. Oh, that's so dumb. Kizaru Def lets it crust like Mihawk. You guys have problems, dude. You guys... You know size is important because Susanoo exists, and bigger the Rasengan, the stronger, because he's lazy? Alright. That is so... That is so stupid. The sarcasm no jutsu? Yeah, type shit. Alright, so the reason why I asked this is because... Do you think Luffy can lift up and send Gamabunta flying? Context. What's Gamma Bunta again? Naruto's giant toad summon that I don't even think would really fight for him in a fight like this. Definitely weighs more than Gamma Bunta. I don't know about that. I would probably argue Mumu does, though. Kizaru's awakening can clean his cheeks cleaner than the Ohara cleansing. What the fuck kind of comment is that? What the fuck? That was a genocide. Jesus Christ. Not a question. Whitebeard said a giant flying current Luffy even before current Gamma is done for. Why would anyone bring that up? It's a frog. Why would anyone bring it up? It's a toad. I mean, well, it's not a frog. It's a toad. And, because Luffy literally did that to Mumu. Gamma Bunta wouldn't let Luffy touch him. Why wouldn't he let Luffy touch him? Every time Gamma Bunta spawns in, especially in the middle of a fight, he's wondering why the fuck he's out here. If Kid Naruto tries to summon... No, you're fine. We don't discriminate toads and frogs in this chat, though. But Gamma Bunta, just to show you, is the type of character that would literally... Depending on who the fuck he's fighting... Not to say that he's a bitch, but depending on who the fuck he's fighting, he's gonna have a different reaction. Like, when Naruto summoned him against the fucking Shukaku, he literally sat there and said, nah, I'm out of here, bro. I'm not fighting that thing until his son showed up and said, yo, dad. Oh my. If I'm not mistaken, that's Shukaku, the sand spirit. Hey, Cheat Toad. Sir, fight with me, please, will ya? I'm counting on you, Chief. Where does he say? No thanks. Huh? What? What do you mean? I thought you said you were gonna make me your henchman. And a boss helps his henchmen when they're in trouble, right? That's called honor-bound duty. And I did say I would make you my henchman, but I haven't even exchanged the sake cups with you yet. And why should I go out of my way to fight that creature? How idiotic. Naruto quite literally needed Gamma Bunta's son? What in the world are you doing here? I had nothing better to do, so I came out to have some fun, but that guy over there, he tried to bully me. He only literally fought Shukaku because he bullied his son, and Naruto decided to protect him. That's why I'm asking. Like, Shukaku in character doesn't seem like the type of guy that if Naruto summoned him to fight Luffy, at least I have no Gamma Bunta's solid muscle. Yeah, all right. Give me the chapter where that's stated. For you, One Smart, you actually, if you're gonna make any claim like that, I need you to specifically give me a chapter number for that. Luffy's taming Gamma with that Conquerors. He doesn't even need Conquerors. I'm talking about East Blue Luffy. I'm talking about, like, Luffy from the first arc. Like, I know that for some of you it might sound like completely fucking insane. Like, I'm out here smoking on bath salts or whatever. But, like, let me show you something. You see this big-ass cow? You see this big-ass, fuck-ass cow? Let me show you. Towards the end, what the fuck is it? Kicks him up. Oh, right here. I don't have the page? What the fuck? Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta go back to One Piece real quick. Give me 1 second. Now I need to find it. Alright. Let's go to page 88. Sorry. Chapter 88. Or it was chapter 82. It was chapter 82. My bad. Yeah. Luffy was doing this to a creature that is twice as big as Gamma Bunta. Unironically, over twice as big as Gamma Bunta. I think he can do the same thing to Gamma Bunta. Don't debate One Smart. He can't provide evidence for the things he says. Trust me, I've been saving you time. I know. No, it's time for Luffy. What's crazy is Gengo Mori was using Conqueror's Haki against young Kaido, but not Luffy. I don't know about him using Conqueror's Haki against young Kaido. I don't know what implies that. Is it stated he's a Conqueror's Haki user? If Luffy does Pinwheel, Gum Pinwheel, sure. Who do you think would win in a fight? Thomas the Tank Engine or Lightning McQueen? Thomas is way too big for Lightning McQueen to realistically damage. If we're talking raw speed, Lightning McQueen should outright beat him, as far as I'm aware, but there's always the case that depending on where they're fighting specifically, if Thomas the Tank Engine has enough movable tracks and he can manipulate them easily, then you can probably make the argument. He took Air Bullet from Shukaku. He took Air Bullet? No, he did not. That's actually not true. He quite literally says, I can't take too many more of those hits. Right here. We killed him. Ow, that hurt. He literally says it right here while covered in blood. Ow, that hurt. That little ball was packed with an unbelievable amount of chakra. Even someone like me can take many more of those little balls. Look, even someone like me can take many more of those little balls. Yeah, he took one hit and he said, yeah, bro, I can't take that many. That was such a good, concise answer. Yeah. What do you want me to tell you? He took one hit. Does not take more than that. He takes one fucking hit. You see that? One hit. The Biju getting tamed real quick. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Oh, that's right. This scene. This scene was pretty badass. I love this scene for Shikamaru. I really do love this scene for Shikamaru. Really made him feel different. You remember when, like, we had hope? We as Naruto fans had hope that we would get, you know, this kind of treatment for all of our characters in Shippuden, and then it was only Shikamaru, and everyone else kind of sort of dirtled and didn't do anything like Hiba. I mean, Choji, I'll give Choji some credit. Choji did pass over information. Bro, have all One Piece Naruto on them files? Yeah, I have almost all of it on files at this point. Mumu weighs more than 8 times more than Gamma Bunta. I don't know about weighs, but I do know that if you are at least twice as big, and I don't have a single statement to go off of, I can probably make the assumption that 2 large animals, the larger one is probably heavier. Lots of scaling implications with the DLC. Being stronger than Clea is stated to exist in an enemy. Just please don't spoil me more for the scaling stuff. I want to just go into the I want to go into like this DLC for Expedition 33 without any like knowledge. I like going into this stuff like completely knowledgeless. Thomas is low mobility but tanks and lightning. McQueen is high speed but doesn't have the AP. Yeah, I don't think he has. And in a case where like you have high speed but not enough AP, you're going to eventually run out of gas quicker. You know what I mean? Does Luffy will beat Yami in the Shadow games? Yami is a powerful opponent, especially in the Shadow Realm. I'm pretty sure that Luffy can beat Yugi in a game of Duel Monsters if Yami isn't paying attention and Luffy eats all of his cards. Like if Yugi is really sitting there thinking, if Atem is really sitting there like, why the fuck are my monsters disappearing? And it's just Luffy literally eating the cards for whatever reason. He's just like folding them and making them into like origami figures or whatever, like drawing on top of them. I think he could probably beat Yami. If we're playing by the actual rules of the game, I would just give Luffy a one bad day deck and just have him fucking floodgate the hell out of Atem. If I were personally Luffy, like if I were like Luffy's dueling coach, I would say, here, make sure you win the coin flip. I've put every single floodgate in the game into this deck. Just summon this one monster and attack him repeatedly. Luffy can't lift Gamma Bunta. Look how damn big he is. Is smaller than him, or am I misremembering? Let me show you something. Let me show you something that you're probably just not gonna like. Mumu, One Piece. Mumu, One Piece. Here you go. Here's Mumu. Gamma Bunta. Actually, I'm not even gonna look it up. I got you right now because I've got the scan myself. I should have the scan myself. Here you go. Boruto, Naruto, data book. Gamma Bunta height. Okay, you see this right here? This is Gamma Bunta's canon height. 1,700 centimeters. That translates to 17 meters on the dot. You see Mumu over here? You see this? See right here? This right here? 36 meters. I might have dyslexia. I'm not gonna lie. I might have dyslexia. Stop giving me the whole search for thing. Yeah, just give me that. See that? Okay. I'll bring this back up. Here you go. 17 meters for Gamma Bunta. 17 meters for Gamma Bunta. 36 meters for fucking Mumu. He will quite literally lift up Gamma Bunta with less amount of force than he did to spin around Mumu. No, it's not fine. It's fine. I just didn't want to know if there was anybody in that thing stronger than Clay or anything like that. It was mostly just the stuff. Well, the Shadow Realm where the monsters become real, so Yami can also swap souls with special banish people from the realm. Yeah, probably. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking a lot of shit about like Luffy probably beating him in a game he's never played before. Yeah, no, Yami should always win. I'm just trying to be funny. I'm just trying to be funny here. But yeah, but what I'm not being funny about is this right here. Canonically, Mumu is, this is backed up by the One Piece magazine. Ooh. Yeah, canonically, Moo is larger than what's his face came out. Are you gonna crash out over it, or are you over that game? I crashed out over it in my chat with a friend of mine, because let me show you something. Pokemon Z to A, Mega Raichu. Let me see if I can find it. Pokemon Z to A, Mega Raichu X. For whatever reason, no, they're doing online battles. I don't care for any of that. I'm just trying to show you guys something very specific. Let me see. Oh yeah, Mega Raichu X is just able to fly. For whatever fucking reason, this fuck-ass version of Pikachu is just allowed to fucking fly. It can just levitate. This thing can just levitate. Like, to move around, it literally flies. There is no explanation as to why this thing can fly, and I don't understand why it does. Why does this thing fly? What about it makes it fly? I looked up some information about the Pokemon. A, this game does not have abilities, so levitate. So it's like Luffy versus Dark Magician or Egyptian God cards. Oh, I'm just talking shit about him just literally playing the game. You ever seen that video of like the guy that's playing chess with another dude that's like way dumber than him, and the reason why he's beating him at chess is because he's eating the pieces? I was just making something like that. Electromagnetism? Yeah, alright. I don't believe it. I think it's fucking stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me as to why he of all people, Mega Raichu X, is able to fly. Nothing about its design implies that it can fly. Your opinion on the game hasn't changed if they're seeing Mabel's feet? No. My opinion on the game has not changed because of a gooner reason. The games are trash. Anybody who buys the game, I hope you can enjoy it. I hope you feel like you got your money's worth out of it. You've gotten ripped off. You have overpaid. How does Magneton levitate? From Marvel, saying probably stuff, yeah. I'm also confused. Gamabunta. I guess I've also confused Gamabunta for his dad. That is Gamabunta. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Gamakichi? The little toad? What's Gamakichi's cannon height? How tall is Gamakichi? Gamakichi's height, but officially listed as in the Naruto Part 2 Shippuden. So he's even smaller than Gamabunta. Versus Ash. Ash, the one who picks up trees. How long does he last before he dies? Ash versus East Blue Luffy. East Blue Luffy curb stomps. Who gives a shit if Ash can who gives a shit about Ash literally being able to lift up trees? Luffy can down an entire building. Lifting up a tree is not more impressive than Luffy snapping them with a casual fist, or literally bringing down an entire building. We never saw Gamabunta's dad? Yeah, I don't know about any Gamabunta's dad. I heard that Ash is universal. Yeah, you can get anybody to universal if you use specific statement. Would Haki allow Luffy to touch Gengar? I don't know about that. I don't know about him touching Gengar. I also don't believe that Luffy's punches automatically should count as fighting type Pokemon attacks. I wouldn't agree with them being normal or fighting type attacks, especially if Ash can make physical contact with Gengar. Alright, Rasen Shuriken. There we go. Like, electromagnetism? What about that Pokemon is telling you anything about electromagnetism? So just because it's an electric type, now every electric type that can fly just has electromagnetism? I don't know about that. Lift the equivalent of a neutron star? I'm pretty sure that Pokemon also levitates on its own, so he could have just allowed him to pick it up. I know it's less impressive, guys. How long does he last? Oh, he lasts like 10 minutes, dude. I'm pretty sure Ash lasts at best like 10 minutes if Luffy doesn't just punch him straight in his face. Dude, I have such a hard time pinpointing how fast Naruto is at this point. Anybody have any idea of how fast Naruto is at this point? Because I'm having a really tough time pinpointing it. That's 5 lightning blades. Well, since Shuriken only really works as a melee attack, thus the need for a diversion and thus all the doppelgangers. When you said Rasen Shuriken, I figured you'd boomerang. You really need to run up and smack him head on. Hey, it's awesome when it hits, okay? This new jutsu burns too quickly. It only lasts a few seconds. Then we're stuck. We can't hit him that fast. Not this guy. Looks like his jutsu is useless so long as I keep my distance. So avoid close combat and keep an eye on the real body. Okay, simple enough. Not faster than Kakashi. Definitely not faster than Kakashi. Definitely not. I don't believe that. Nothing here implies that Naruto is even remotely as fast as Kakashi in terms of running speed, especially when Kakashi is amping himself by Lightning Blade. So far, the best feat I have been able to find in terms of just pure running speed is, let me see. Why the fuck don't I have that page? What the fuck's wrong with me? Whatever. I'll get it in a second. 21, 22. Okay. Let's go back to 334 real quick, because I guess I missed that page. Fuck me, man. Oh, this page. Yeah, this is so far, like, the best feat I've seen so far. Yeah. Check your previous comment. Did the calc and assume that both animals have the same density? Mumu would name 9.5 times more than Gamma Bunta. That's crazy. Oh, you're talking about running speed. That's mostly unquantifiable. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you can maybe argue that Naruto's reaction time is similar enough to Kakashi, but I don't believe that, like, or at least there's no reason for me to currently believe that he can run as fast as Kakashi, especially since he can't even land a move like this, and it's not like he's evading the lightning bolts in the same way. As a matter of fact, Kakuzu doesn't really have the lightning bolt attack anymore, so again, whatever the speed is at this point, it is likely similar to, if not at least less than, where Kakashi should be. I love your videos, but also realize Gamma Bunta uses chakra, which amps him. Okay. But again, how is him amping himself with chakra gonna stop Luffy from literally spinning him around like this? Because, like, I'm gonna put it like this, right? Gamma Bunta, in character. Gamma Bunta, how much chase covering the whole fight? How much distance did Luffy chase? Unquantifiable. I can't tell you how much distance it is, but they've probably fought. Kizaru was able to spread himself, or at least slingshot himself out of the island for about a distance that is farther than the island itself. Their fight alone could probably take up the entire distance of the island, if I were being honest with you, or at least the Labo phase up top, which is technically smaller than the bottom of the island itself, than the base island itself. The Labo phase itself is smaller. If you think that Naruto and Kizaru fought through the entirety of the Labo phase, that's probably about the distance of an island, of a small island, I would probably argue. It was Gear 5, but Dragon Kaido's over 10 times bigger than Mumu, and Luffy was tossing him around like it was nothing. I'm just talking about, like, early portions of I'm just talking about the early portions, because I have to essentially talk about how Naruto can potentially summon Gamma Bunta. I'm gonna be clear here. Naruto never summons Gamma Bunta on Luffy. There's no circumstance where I think that Naruto in character summons Gamma Bunta on Luffy. But if the case were made where he does, Gamma Bunta would look at Naruto and say, "Why the hell are you summoning me here? What's this all about?" Then he says, "Who the hell is that brat in front of me?" I'm pretty sure Gamma Bunta would say that. I might not be the author, but giving what we know about the character, Gamma Bunta is not the type of person to just randomly fight for Naruto for no reason, especially if we're talking about the early portions of the story. Naruto summons Gamma Bunta in two separate occasions. The first, where he was thrown out of a chasm by intercept Kakashi while he had Chidori up. He kicked away Kakashi while he was right next to him. He kicked away Kakashi while he was basically right next to him. I can pull that up right now for you. One moment. Not this. Kakashi stops it right there. He activates a lightning blade, and as soon as he takes a step forward to run in, Kakuzu kicks him in the chest. Is Gamma lower Warlord level like Crocodile or Moria before time skip? Gamma Bunch is not even Warlord level. Are you fucking kidding me? Naruto characters, especially pre-time skip, are not that tough comparison to One Piece characters. I don't know how to make that any more clear. I'm like, the version of Luffy, like, let me put it like this. East Blue Luffy. This version of Luffy, I am currently convinced he makes it up until, at the very least, Rasen Shuriken Naruto. There's nothing about Naruto so far that it makes me believe he can beat Luffy besides landing the Rasen Shuriken. Wasn't Kakuzu behind him? technically in front of him. Technically, Kakashi doesn't take any steps forward. Kakuzu is right here. So he'd be like around right here. So yeah, no. He wouldn't be behind him. Gamma should lose to Don Krieg. Yeah, probably. Has large animals the crew beat, didn't it? Yeah, it has giant banana gators that prey on sea kings, which Luffy can one-shot. Do you think start of series Luffy or the Luffy you are currently viewing can punch harder than Tsunade? Not start of series Luffy. Not start of series Luffy. At least I have no reason to believe it. Start of series Luffy can down an entire building. Tsunade doesn't necessarily do the same thing. She actually doesn't really have a good feat until the war arc, but given that Madara can tank an attack that you can argue to be mount level if you're generous to Naruto based on a statement for Jiraiya in Sage Mode, you can probably shoot up Tsunade to like mountain level with the strength of 100 healings. But again, you're essentially going around a logic that is completely only beneficial. How far does Law clears all of Naruto? Law specifically clears everything in Naruto. There's nothing in Naruto that specifically does it. Is Gamabunta stronger in power, stronger than the Sound 4 in lifting power? I don't fucking know. You figure that out, because he's never been compared to the Sound 4. There is no bridge. Yeah, it's a problem. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, there's no bridge. There's no bridge there. That's a very good question to ask. That is an extremely insightful question to ask. Unfortunately, Kishimoto never bridged anything even remotely close to that. I can't tell you because Kishimoto did not give me said information. Fuck me, man. I did it again. God damn it. I put all these chapters in here. Fuck. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of chapters. Alright, let's do it again. Okay, control, click, click. Okay. Then let's bring this up real quick. Rescue Kazekage arc. Just throw these all in here. Okay. Yeah. I wish I could tell you. Are you gonna scale Sage of Six Paths Naruto versus Gear 5 Luffy? I'm gonna be real with you. Sage of Six Paths Naruto? Yeah, he doesn't get past Gear 4 Luffy. I can genuinely just make the argument he doesn't make it past Gear 4 Luffy. Gear 5 is not a factor in this fight at all. Gear 5 is not a factor. He does not need Gear 5. And Gear 5 completely nags almost anything Naruto. God fucking damn it, I did it again. Gear 5 does not have anything within its arsenal. Sage of Six Paths mode, Naruto does not have anything in his arsenal that Gear 5 Luffy needs to necessarily worry about. There's really nothing in that arsenal that he has to worry about. I'm being completely honest here. Does Law clear Shippuden then? No, Law from the very first chapter of Naruto, chapter 1 to chapter 700, clears everything. Nobody in that verse has an answer for Room. There is no answer for Room. Room just gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. Room is stupid. Room is a very stupid ability. Room is unironically a very, very, very stupid ability. I'm not even kidding. Toon Force doesn't even need it. If Haki is a counter to immortality, does that mean it can counter the reanimation jutsu? I'm not gonna say that yet, only because I don't want to make a claim like that at this point in time. It's not an argument that I'm necessarily comfortable with, in the same way that I'm not necessarily comfortable with saying Haki negates other power systems just because it negates Devil Fruits. It's an inverse effect, at least within the context of that series. As far as immortality goes, depending on the wording used for how it can negate said immortality, I genuinely may or may not, it may genuinely change or not change my opinion. Couldn't Izanagi survive in Room for a while? So let's talk about Izanagi, right? All Izanagi does is put, you could say, existence itself into a pseudo genjutsu that essentially makes it so that you're overriding your own death. Izanagi, I know that a lot of people say it literally manipulates reality. It is only ever utilized. It is only ever utilized in order to... It is only ever utilized in such a way that it allows the user to escape the concept of death for a moment. It respawns your body nearby. Law can quite literally make a room that spans the size of a fucking island. Izanagi never respawns the person farther than a couple of feet to maybe a few meters. I'm not even going to say 10 meters. Less than 10 meters. The distance is never so far that you can say it is even half the size of a tailed beast. Izanagi can potentially respawn you. But either way, you're still inside room. Law can just do whatever he was going to do to you all over again. You would have to, if you were to have a character use Izanagi, not only would they lose out on one of their eyes because they have to go blind. So now they're not only are they out of one of their eyes, but now they would also have to try and, as soon as they spawn in, because they will spawn in inside room's range, you would have to somehow prove that they can run right out of. How does Danzo warp when Sasuke crushed him? Izanagi respawns you like a video game. It respawns you nearby where your last body was. That's how he did not warp. He simply respawned. Or if you want to say warp, I guess that's fine too. You are always before his eyes, inspiring him. You make him stronger. You did well. Well, you did fight the first one. I can't blame you for seeing us as kids, but it goes two ways. To our eyes, you're just an old geezer gone wrong, and here you are dying, hugging the earth like a worm. One by one, the new generation will catch up to you and will surpass you in the end. Yeah. What's the argument about? Obito was falling through 600 paper bombs. Yeah. Okay. Can you quantify how far he was falling down? Can you quantify the speed? Because I can't do that. Not within the context of the story. He also teleported, like, behind Konan. He could have he could have Izanagi, then Kamui'd himself into his own dimension. I'm done with all of this. I'll probably take this for Sasuke. I'll probably take this for Sasuke. 1 second. 1 second. I think Law has the battle IQ to realize the eyes or something, and Dazo can cheat death. I mean, we all know Haki also negates double fruits, so it was also never only double fruits, but I get we're trying to be fair. How far does Law get into Bleach? He clears all of Bleach as well. Speed-wise, can't put his body together. I mean, yeah, no, Yuhabara can't put his body together. I don't know. Wait. Let me see. You must have broken half the bones in your body. That's not made for this kind of strain. This new jutsu of yours is only meant for a last resort. Promise me you'll think before using it. I didn't even need to use my Mangekyo Sharingan this time. But if I had to, I would have had no choice. You're strong. You may even surpass me. This is more profound. Let me find something real quick. Wait, 1 second. 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 I guess it's time to pass. He has surpassed me. Okay. Just making sure. Let me get this. Let me get this. Let me get this. And this. Yep. Cleansing body, great sacred inventory, causing a numbing effect. You're immortal, you cannot kill me. Paralyze me. Bind me. 1 second. Let's just say Kizaru, there is no inverse energy that makes him light. He is light on a genetic level. If Haki negates something like that, why not let it work cross-verse? Because Haki negating Devil Fruit abilities is just a byproduct of what the power is. It's not like an inherent bonus of the ability. It's just something that it naturally does in addition. 1 second. Would you crack Orochimaru in the snake form? What kind of a fuck-ass question is that? Of course I would. You see how many snakes I can go through? Would fill with cream. Let me stop. 1 second. Are you familiar with JoJo's? Yes, I am. Do you believe Haki would allow you to see stands? Since even ghosts can't see them? What's your take on it? It allows you to sense a person's aura and presence. Stands are also stated to be one's, one's fighting spirit, something like that. Depending on the translation you use for Haki, you can probably make the argument. I'm not sure if they would see them. Shit, that answer was worse than the question. Why did you double it and pass it on? Why did you ask me the question in the first place? I only said what I said because you asked the question. If you didn't want that kind of answer, you shouldn't have asked the question. You don't know me. You don't know how I eat my cereal in the morning. Sometimes you ask a fuck-ass question and you'll get a fuck-ass answer. I don't know what to tell you. About that new jutsu. Okay. I don't care about anything in the rest of this. Jesus fucking Christ. Naruto really is a perfect... Alright, I'm gonna skip out of this real quick. So somebody was talking about something with Obito, right? 5... Okay, 5 Kage summits are like around here. So what, 594? No, what am I talking about? It's like 494, something like that. 489. So it has to be prior to this then. Yeah, it has to be prior to all of that then. So it's prior to all of that. And let's go back down to 83. Alright. I guess I'm doing it this way. What chapter? It's Konan. Fight Obito. 509. Oh, so I was actually a little too far back. Okay, that makes sense. What does the cereal thing imply? Nothing. You just don't know how I eat my cereal in the morning. Gunsta female Orochimaru high key. No, the fuck I don't. What kind? You know what? You guys really do say some real fuck ass things. You know that? All of you. The lot of you really do. Ah, fair enough. He doesn't teleport behind her. Fair enough. I misremembered that. How far into these paper bombs do you think he teleported? Yeah. Eon eats his cereal, mushroom soup first, and then he pours the cereal. That's crazy. Nothing. It's just cereal also involves a white liquid. Gotta go for now. Have a good one, Lapis. Is non-binary currently? I don't know about that. But, alright. So, let me just type in a couple of things for Naruto, because now I have to add in all of Naruto's scaling. I'm actually going to set up a line right here. Insert. Okay. Uppercuts Neji. Okay, we're going to go back here, and I'm going to write down all of Naruto's scaling stuff, and then I'm going to... Uppercuts Neji. Okay, so we're at the tuning exams, and then from there I'll move on to round 2 for Naruto. You believe he's stronger than Tsunade? I think that's fine. Honestly, that's not the worst take I've seen. At least comparatively speaking to what Tsunade shows in part 1, I do think he should, like, relatively be stronger than her. Tuning exams. Okay. So what else does Naruto do in the tuning exams? He uppercuts. Okay, he uppercuts Neji. Sasuke shows up and fights Gaara, where he replicates Rock Lee's speed. Okay, Chidori does... That's why we had him focus on Taijutsu and increase for flesh activation. I can't believe he's mastered that jutsu. Is this what the Uchiha clan are capable out of? What is that? However, it's an original technique crafted by Konoha's top jutsu master. It's more reserved for assassination. The secret's in the speed of the thrust and the immense chakra produced by super activating one's flesh. By narrowly focusing massive amount of chakra on the dominant hand, a pulsing fluctuation forms in the thrust, chirp chirp chirp, resulting in a unique sound that resembles the crying of 1,000 birds. Accordingly, the move is called Chidori. Okay. Comparatively slower than Sasuke. Comparatively slower than Sasuke in base form. While Sasuke in base form. Naruto in base form. And Sasuke in base where he is using Chidori. Well, if it's true, then she can. What can she do to Luffy? All she does is throw hands. Yeah, pretty much. She could probably do that like neural receptor thing where like she kind of messes up all of your nerve bindings or whatever, but that's kind of like the last thing she really has going on for her. That transforms into a blade that can cut through anything. Such a reckless technique. You don't have the right drives me rightly. I understand I was going to be able to launch a full-on head split attack, or rather I couldn't have. The beeline attack is too easy to counter, and if I don't have the eye to perceive a counter through that. Blood, is that my blood? Okay, then Gaara freaks out. Okay, so now we go on to this panel right here, where Gaara begins to transform. I think I'll be finished. It's the same eye. He attacks. Gaara, while undergoing partial host transformation. Gaara, while undergoing smashes through multiple trees in order to, while charging at Sasuke. Let's see. Okay, smashes through how many trees? 1, 2, 3. Multiple tree branches, showing that he really is a monster. I was left intentionally a purpose. Now I know I'll be alive to annihilate the entire clan, my brother. Okay, Sasuke's Chidori can rip through Gaara's sand arm. Sasuke's Chidori can rip through Gaara's transformed sand arm. I'll just leave it as Gaara's sand arm. Also, chakra scalpels and an acid spitting slug. Yeah, that Luffy can throw away like if it were hot garbage. I see, so that's what that was. Sasuke was able to countermatch enhanced state attack. If I can defeat someone strong enough to wound me, rob them all, I'll feel more alive. Sasuke managed to wound Gaara twice. He's never been scratched before. Is he a monster too? The real Gaara, but only the right arm is transformed. The more I want more. As Gaara transforms, and adds a tail, Sasuke gets blitzed. So Gaara has to be traveling faster than Sasuke can. Sasuke, no Sharingan. Gets blitzed. Would just split into clones when grabbed. Sure. I can't even dodge him without taking time to predict his moves. Without the Sharingan, I'd already be dead. Oh, he did use it. Okay. Makes it even worse then. Sasuke gets blitzed. Barely gets blitzed. Let me be fair there. Okay. Slingshot, I'd already be dead, but since I've already used it once in the match, and again, I can't use Chidori anymore. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Fireball Jutsu is ineffective once again. Looks like 2 is your limit. Sharingan, expending all your chakra at once. Situation. Sharingan and other jutsu at the same time is like combusting and expending all of your chakra in your body at once. But you're still amazing. Even I, if I use 4 Chidori and Raikiri in the same day, I'll use up all my chakra. What happens if I try to put 2 more in? The third one won't start, and listen carefully. If you try to forcibly initiate chakra, not only will the jutsu not work, but your chakra will be drained to 0, and if you're not careful, you'll die. Even if you survive, I guarantee that it won't be good for you, especially for you. All this is a sense of your worth. You're weak. Naive, hatred. Do you understand? You are weak. Sasuke uses it. Sasuke's uses a 3rd Chidori with the curse mark that rips through Gaara's arm again. Oh, made 65 clones against Sasuke. I do have to throw that in here, but that'll be for later. Tried to crush it. True, it did do that. My body can't move. The curse mark again. My body can't move. Okay. Naruto intercepted and kicked away Gaara. Naruto intercepted and kicks away Gaara. We were one step too late. His appearance may have changed, but it's sad fellow Gaara. He's the one who knocked down Sasuke. I took the woman's life in the process of being born. I was born a monster. If you give in to hatred, it's supposed to suppress the mark. Sasuke, you're one I didn't get to kill. I will cease. Come on, let's run. Slam Sakura in the tree. Gaara blitzes Naruto. Gaara blitzes past Naruto to attack Sakura. And what's it called? Stops for a moment. Blitzes past Naruto to attack Sakura and stops for... The Sharingan can copy the red eyes of the Kurta clan as fire. Hope to see the Kurta clan name in the Dark Continent if there was a Kurta clan blood. Yeah. Alright. Gaara's sand has the capacity to blitz explosions. I gotta check that out again real quick, because I gotta know like where exactly Gaara's sand comes from. 131, right? Yeah, it's 131. This goes into the tuning exams. Yeah. Okay, so the sand is already on the ground. Okay, so the sand was already on the ground. Yeah. Sand protected Gara. How fast are explosions again? How fast are explosions? Detonation in Mach. It's like 1700 meters per second. It's not a gas-based explosion, right? Explosive velocity and detonation velocity or shock waves that detonated the explosion. Artillery fire 70% of the velocity. Detonation, organization of a Dux mixture or gas infiltrated are generally around 17,000, but can be as high as 30,000. Explosive detonation to come from detonation velocity range around the detonation of velocity. Okay. That's too much into real world shit. I just need to know like what the average speed. Starting supersonic, Mach 1 plus. A nuclear blast, initial shock is Mach 3 or more, while conventional explosions both are quickly subsonic. Speeds as they expand, as the explosions have some high explosive range. The supersonic detonation velocity. Explosions don't have a set speed. I know that they don't have a set speed. I obviously can't tell you what kind of explosions each of these things are, but I can at least tell you that if the average explosion is so on and so forth fast, I can at least use that as a basis. You know what would be a good video? Upscaling, having Charlotte Cracker run a gauntlet, seeing what the strongest Naruto character he could reasonably beat. It's like a good way into the war, to be honest. It's like a very good way into the war. Like, listen, any character that you put up that's like post-time skip onward is going to go very deep into the war. I don't really have any other way of saying it. Supersonic. Okay, so what is it in like meters per second? Meters per second. Supersonic shockwaves, explosions vary wildly from slow gas burns meters to supersonic shockwaves and high explosions. Typically range from 2,000 to over 9,000 meters per second, which is common, like TNT around 6,900. Nice. Okay, let me pull up the versus battle. Oh wait, I think I have it already. I think I have the versus battle wiki's speed thing. Library, content, profiles maybe? Miscellaneous, no. Locations, JJK, new folder. Oh, here it is. Let me change this to versus battle wiki stats page. Yeah. So how many meters per second? Okay, so in meters per second. So how much is how much is like an average explosion? Somewhere around hypersonic, which is like Mach. Hypersonic between like Mach 5 to like Mach 25. On like a high end. So like Mach 5 to like Mach 25. Okay. Gara's sand is fast enough to block explosions. Paper bomb explosions. Flashback. Flashback. Hello, I'm here having deja vu or something because I swear we already had the Luffy. Yeah, we already had it, but sometimes I like to bring it up for people that, you know, aren't aware of where my line of logic is. Oh, I guess I never ended the poll. My bad. That was from like an hour ago. Yeah, that was from like an hour ago. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. They're my friends. If you touch them again, what's the matter? I'm gonna slaughter them. Naruto gets whacked away. Choice summoning the toad is the only thing. I really hate frogs. Mock amphibians. Charging at Gara results. Slowly. Charging at Gara results. Got whacked away by Gaara when he charged him. Got whacked away by Gaara when he charged him. When he charged at him. Gaara's shuriken can... Naruto is tough enough to withstand... Is tough enough to withstand sand shuriken that can blast that can pierce straight through trees. Okay. What else do we have? Prior step before his full host transformation is not fast enough to get close to Gaara. Naruto isn't even with clones is not fast enough. Naruto, even with clones, is not fast enough to blown away. Survives more of the sand shuriken. Uses shadow clones to misdirect and uses shadow clones mid-air. Gaara's defenses and lands a kunai. Explosive kunai. And lands an explosive kunai. Detonation happened towards the Gaara's weak point, leaving him completely open. He managed to target the letter bomb right at my weakest spot under my tail. I can't absorb all of the impact. Show your stuff just after all that. Just one point. You gotta try harder, because this time I can't help you like it did with not wind of waves. Idiot, shut up. Underestimated him. Gaara states he underestimated him. Completely open. States he underestimated Naruto. Okay. Let's see. Naruto gets a mental amp. Naruto gets a mental amp and summons 1,000 clones. attacks Gara. Weakened from the paper bomb. Let's see, Naruto's 2k blows. What is he? All of a sudden, now over here, more to come. I'm going to use both arms and land. He's really got Carnivore. No way, I really can't. I'm not going to lose to someone like you. Don't tell me it's finally happening. Gaara summons Shukaku. Nearly kills Naruto. Is fully summoned. Resorts to summoning Gamabunta. Gamabunta does not want to fight. Gamma doesn't want to fight. Sun. Shukaku can rip off Gaara's arm. Shukaku is fully materialized, sends a massive air bullet. Gamabunta jumps above, covers it. Gamabunta can't take too many hits. Okay, I'm going to probably skip through this portion right here. Because I don't really need to really focus on the Gamabunta stuff. I don't think that he's going to really do much. Jutsu isn't my strong suit. I merely weave the signs. I'll lend you chakra. It'll be a combo transformation. Summon something. Something with fangs and claws. Here we go. Wake up. Gaara has barely entered sleep mode. One blow should wake him up. Block my jutsu. It's okay. Just how much strength does this one have? Takes out Gaara in 2 punches. Yeah. Naruto takes out Gaara in 2 punches. And puts him down. Stream about pre-time skip versus Meruem in the Royal Guard. Yeah. Sasuke creates large holes in stone. Okay. Round. And the free time skip. Luffy. This. Sorry, Naruto. Land of Waves / tuning exams. Start of pre-time skip. Okay, you're fine, 6. Don't worry about it. You don't need to chat if you're busy on something. End of pre-time skip. Luffy. East Blue. Okay. Okay. So we're done with the start of basically all of Naruto's better feats during the first portion of the round. Now we're going to go into round 2. We're going to have Sasuke retrieval, and we'll probably also have not just Sasuke retrieval, but we also need search for Tsunade. How's the script going? I mean, I haven't started writing the script yet. The script I'm going to write on my own time. I'll probably just write on my own time because I'm really going to want to do it without like any kind of distractions. I'll cook up something for it. I already have an idea of how I'm going to do the script. I already have an idea of how I'm going to format it. I'm just trying to find all the feats first so I can have everything ready so that way when I'm going through these portions of the story, it's easier for me to just like double check real quick, but I should have all the feats that are necessary right here. If you've noticed, I haven't really been talking about like the Gamma Bunta stuff. I will be talking about the Gamma Bunta stuff within the context of the video. I'll even say this. Under the guise that you, for whatever reason, believe that Gamma Bunta is too much for Luffy to handle, for whatever reason, just because of the giant water style jutsu or whatever, I think that you genuinely just have to ignore the fact that if Luffy ever gets his hands on Gamma Bunta with, again, possibly comparatively higher speeds, it doesn't really chalk up well for the guy. I mean, he can just, as soon as he gets his hands on him, he can potentially send him flying. But under the guise, I mean, as soon as I go past East Blue Luffy, we're kind of in a position where Luffy will likely... I'm just gonna be straight up honest. I haven't done the scaling yet for the rest of Naruto as far as, like, the Rasen Shuriken stuff and everything leading up until the 4th Great Shinobi War. But I think that the issue that people are just gonna have with me is that I'm going to be stuck on not East Blue. I'm gonna be stuck on end of pre-time skip Luffy with everything inside the Grand Line onward. I'm just gonna be stuck with this version of Luffy until probably even KCM2 plus Sage Mode Naruto. Yeah, it sounds crazy to you guys, but quantifiably speaking, Luffy is faster than Naruto. Luffy is faster than Naruto up until like the latter portions of the 4th Great Shinobi War, quantifiably speaking. Yeah, he's just faster. You have to like make up a multiplier for like KCM or KCM2 in order to like really get Luffy past the speed of light. You really have to like make up a multiplier and assume that KCM2 makes Naruto at least twice as strong. There's not a multiplier. There's no text there that would really make me believe that that's the case. Is large country lowball Eon? Probably. I mean, I'm fine with like all of these, like Luffy is country, mountain, XYZ, but in the same way with Naruto, I don't really have like a quantifiable statement besides like the Raigo stuff I mean, by the context of One Piece, Luffy is unaffected by lightning, which means that he's not exactly like taking up all the electricity in there. It's not exactly stated that Luffy, had the attack potency to wipe it all out. He was more so dispersing the energy. I know that even some of my mods have an issue with this line of logic for me, but it again just boils down to like the whole statement stuff. People don't realize war arcs really made Naruto and Bleach wank versions of who they are right now. Before, they didn't have great showings. Yeah, I agree. I really don't think that like Naruto previous to the war arc really gets even remotely far into One Piece. I would actually argue Naruto probably stops around Alabasta to potentially Skypiea. Like, unironically, he very much so stops around Skypiea. Naruto like hard stops in Skypiea, even like going into like the latter portions of the war. Can you do a follow-up responding to comments? No, not really. Once I put out my... I mean, what verbatim puts him there besides, like, the Raigo stuff? Like, what verbatim... Like, is there a statement that says it? Because, like, the Raigo is just stated to, like, wipe out the country, but it's not like Luffy overpowered it in a single hit. He was, like, dispersing the energy. I'm using the same logic that I used for Naruto. Like, could Naruto's tailed beast spawn be island level? Probably, but what did... To maybe continental? I'm not convinced by that. I'm only convinced by the continental stuff because of the statement followed up by a feat. I'm very anal about it. Even with One Piece, I'm very anal about it. You'll see that when it comes to at least my metrics for scaling, I do not like just making random claims like he is country level, he is XYZ level, if it's not stated or implied within the context of the story. I don't know. That's just me, though. The clouds Luffy dispersed would put him there. I don't go by real-world physics or logic. I really don't go by that. Luffy's small country is fair. I mean, it's fine. I'm not saying that you guys are wrong. I'm not saying I necessarily disagree. It's just I have a hard time really putting that in without having something to verbatim make the claim. You know what I'm saying? Like, Luffy being island level because he can, like, with third gear plus second gear, hit Gecko Moria so hard that a guy who can split an island with his punches is now spitting up all of his 1,000 shadows. Like, I could see Luffy... I could definitely see Luffy being island level. Like, I could definitely see Luffy having the potential attack potency to split an island if he were to hit it, but I don't know about a country. Like, it doesn't make them multi-continental. Like, just because you're stronger than a character that is continental doesn't automatically put you... Like, if you are some arbitrary value, and again, the value would be arbitrary. We know he's objectively stronger than Don Chinjiao and Don Sai, but the reason why I never say he's multi-continental even in Whole Cake Island, I mean, he dispersed it. He needs the energy to do so or it would disappear. Say he absorbed it into the bell is one headcanon. It doesn't make sense, and Luffy still needs to take the energy. I don't know about him having to take the energy. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That's like one of those like leaps in logic where it's like it goes the same way for like saying that because he dispersed it that it has to be like that, because it still takes into account real world physics and logic. I just don't go by that kind of logic. I just go by, okay, Luffy dispersed the energy of the attack, sure, but I don't think that just means that Luffy's verbatim attack potency would just mean the same thing. I mean, Enel could only perform the Raigo because he essentially had the Arc Maxim to generate the clouds. Yeah, like, country level is vague, in my opinion. It's a very vague thing. It's the same thing with continental. It's like, with the continental stuff, it's continental because it's stated verbatim that they could split a continent. Now, saying that Luffy is continental, like, just because you have a character that is arbitrarily stronger than another character doesn't exactly mean that they're just on the next tier automatically. You know what I mean? He's verbatim country level. Doesn't... Not necessarily. I don't agree with that. It doesn't... No, verbatim would mean that it is literally stated in the story that he is country level. Enel says that he's going to wipe out the country with the attack. Luffy swinging around the peony tens to hundreds or dozens of times, or whatever arbitrary value you want to throw in. Luffy spinning around the peony could mean that he could rack up the same energy as a country-busting attack, if you want to say it, but that does not innately mean that Luffy's one singular attack has the striking force of a country. You know what I mean? So what makes Luffy planetary? What are his feats? Well, like I told you before, I mean, it's the closest you can get to a blatant statement. I agree with that. It is the closest you can get to a blatant statement. And here's the thing. I'm not saying that I'm not going to throw it into the video, right? I don't personally feel comfortable with it, but I'm not saying that I'm not going to throw it into the video either. I'm just going to say that, like, if you choose to believe that Luffy swinging around his arm around the entirety of the Raigo, which was going to wipe out a country. Let me be clear. What statement does he have? Why are his concrete and why are Naruto's debunked? Well, with Naruto, okay. Let me start off by saying, I am not using Hokage Naruto for the last fucking time. I'm not using Hokage Naruto. I have not read Boruto. Everything that I've read in Boruto so far, and I've read every chapter up until now, but I've read it all casually, there has never been a statement, as far as I'm aware, that even remotely quantifies how much stronger Naruto has gotten. All we know for a fact is that Naruto and Sasuke are now strong enough to beat a character, a Kaguya level threat. Not Kaguya, a Kaguya level threat. And I still don't know how they necessarily separately beat the ETSO. Maybe with the giant majestic attire Susanoo that's stated to be the strongest jutsu in history. Maybe that jutsu can beat the ETSO, but that's with them separate, that's with them together, not separate. Anyway, Naruto's only planetary statement is from a data book that appears in Boruto. Again, I am not using Boruto. But when we go into Naruto the Last, we're talking about Naruto with Naruto, not with the attack potency to blow up the moon, but while fighting a guy that split the moon in half, a hollow moon. There are a lot of factors here. Listen, I don't personally give a shit what your opinion is on this feat, whether it's country level, mountain level, multi-continental. I don't give a shit what the thing is. There are a lot of factors here that I feel like both sides of the argument, whether you think it's a moon level feat or only a continental feat, both sides seem to ignore a lot of shit. The first side, the side that thinks that the feat is moon level regardless of what anyone says, usually don't account for the fact that it is still a hollow moon, which means it takes up less energy to split up the moon in half, right? But the right side that says that it's only a continental attack, seem to ignore the fact that Naruto still tanked the attack, and it is still the fucking moon. It still had to span its entire size, right? I feel like on both ends, I can comfortably say that yes, if Naruto can tank Toneri's strongest attack, that even though it was by a TSO, and if you argue that it was an attack, and if you want to argue that TSO are existence erasure attacks, then you cannot say that it is a moon level attack because it is just a beam blade made out of TSO. If the beam blade is made out of TSO, then that means you can just argue that it is using its ability to erase shit on the moon itself. Therefore, it would not be a moon level attack. It would have been erased because of the TSO's hacks. That is not, then would translate it directly to attack potency. You do not want to ever argue under that circumstance that the TSO erase existence. If they don't, it is a moon level feat. If they do, it is not a moon level feat. Now, moving back onto Naruto. Well, Naruto tanked it, yes, but Naruto was also in Sage mode. Or at least he was charging up all of his power where he was in Sage mode prior. He was charging up all of his power into his right arm when he tanked the attack. That would still mean that his arm still has that Sage energy, which means that he can block the attack because Sage Jutsu directly counters TSO. But again, that's only if you go by the existence erasure bullshit. If you don't go by that, then yes, the attack is a moon level feat. Naruto is a moon level character. I will give you that. I don't care if he's a moon level character. Because Naruto's organs are still just human organs. He cannot train them. He cannot toughen them up. It's that simple. That's why he loses. But now, it's not about ignoring the Naruto stuff. I'm not really ignoring it. I'm just saying there's a bunch of avenues that you can go by each side of the logic. You can't just ignore the fact that he still split an entire moon, but you also can't ignore the fact that the moon is hollow. Both of these things are still true. Now, at the same time, what makes Luffy planetary? The fact that he scales above Whitebeard. The fact that he scales above a guy who was stated verbatim multiple times, once in the manga, once in a novel, and I think once in a data book, that he can destroy the world. He can verbatim destroy the world. It's stated so many fucking times. So if I have multiple statements of Whitebeard destroying the world, and it's not, and the only reason why you wouldn't believe it means the entire planet is because you're saying, oh, it actually meant society, which again, at that point, you have to prove that that's what the person who wrote it meant. I'm not going to go into that. I'm just going to go with what it stated right there. That would mean that Luffy in Gear 5, who scales above Whitebeard, yes, Luffy scales above an old, sick, dying Whitebeard. Yes, Luffy scales above that. How do you know they're not saying just life wiping? Because it's not implying life wiping. He's saying he has the power to destroy the world. It's stated he has the power to destroy the world. How many times does something have to say it has the power to destroy the world before somebody says, oh yeah, no, they probably mean he can destroy the entire giant planet? Or is it? Where's the stuff 6? Right here. Has the power to destroy the world. Right here. Translation. Oh wait, no. This is the bad. That's a very blurry one. This is the original one. Despite having the Gura Gura no Mi, an ability that could destroy the world, Whitebeard never stole from his enemies. Whitebeard had unleashed a small portion of his power of his Tremor fruit, an ability that's capable of destroying the world itself. Like, in every single context, even right here, it's kind of hard to read, but it says he has the ability of the Gura fruit. The ability, something here, hits a force that can destroy the world. I'm just gonna fucking translate this shit myself. Gura no mi no yuki sho sono susamashita. Kai gun gara. Actually, I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm doing this shit right now. Fuck it. Let me get this statement real quick. Okay, so statement's right here. Let me pull up Google Translate real quick. I'm gonna just translate it myself. Give me 1 second. German. I don't need German. I need Japanese. All right. Enter the text. What's the text? Okay. Text says, Gura. Oh, shit. Can we not fuck around here? Come on. Okay. Gura no mi. Gura no mi no yuki yukusha. The wobbly unfinished, holy cow, yukusha. Because that ends it right there. Does that mean that this is a separate word? Wobbly unfinished. I'm not going to be able to Google Translate this shit, dude. Translate Japanese to English. Let me see. Deep L is often cited as the most accurate. Alright, so what if I type in deep L, translate Japanese to English? Sure. Save image. Library of Ohara. Naruto. No, not Naruto. I don't need this shit for Naruto. I need this shit for One Piece. One Piece. SBS. I'll just throw it in SBS. Nope. Where the fuck is this? Let me save it from here. Save as PNG. Whitebeard. Close this bullshit. Okay. First battle. That's SBS. Fuck me, man. Alright. It's only gonna do those. That's fine. I'll just... Fuck it. I'll type it in myself. Gura no mi. The Gura fruit. Okay. It's a good thing I can still read Japanese. Holy shit, man. Gura no mi no... No. No, you. That's you, right? You. Kusha. Actually, I don't think I need this statement specifically. I don't think I need that statement specifically. Sono su fuck, what was that character again? Sono Susamashita. Fuck, what is this character again? Mashita. That's Sa. Arrived from the naval base. Sekai. Oh. The world. Horo. What's this? Horona. Chikara. Shikara to Oso Re Rareru. They have been defeated by the world's power to destroy and are feared. Something like that. I don't know, dude. I noticed before it said power to destroy the world. I might have translated something wrong, but yeah, you guys kind of get it right there. Means world, and world is in fact the most basic mean for society, planet, or universe. Repeating this statement wouldn't boost the scale. It wouldn't boost the scale, but it does add to the idea of proved Whitebeard is star level. I never said that shit. I need to start learning Japanese again. I've been too lazy. I've been too lazy too. All of this is just from like high school. All of this shit, like at least being able to read through that is just like shit I remembered in high school. Can you please? Okay, yo, obliterate. Can you do me a favor though? I'm fine with having the word Noryokusha means ability or power. Yo, by the way, do me a favor. Regardless of like what side anybody is on any argument, can we please not call each other like goofballs or whatever? I don't want to breed a community where like even any kind. Just like you can't say the same thing about the Ninetale statement because the Ninetale statement specifically says turn the world to ash. No, turn the world to ash is a lot harder to it's a lot harder to interpret literally than the power to destroy the world. That's the issue. You're fine. Yeah, please keep it clean. That's all I ask. I don't really care what side of any side of the debate anybody's on. I will always call somebody out for like because it's just we're just talking about like stupid anime characters. I just don't like the idea of like having to insult one another. That's really just my biggest thing. That's the only time where I'll really be like, either stop or you know, we're not continuing this topic of conversation anymore. I that's the only time where I'm really like, yeah, I don't really fuck with that. So the weapon scales to the user. Yeah, what are you guys talking about? I don't even know what the fuck you guys talking about anymore. I'm over it. Okay, end of not end of pre time skip. This is end of round. End of pre time skip. Actually, no. Yeah, what am I doing? Yeah, end of pre time skip. Okay. Can we... Okay, so end of pre-time skip. Where the fuck was I? Shukaku, that's it. I don't think I need the Shukaku stuff anymore. I don't think we necessarily need that stuff anymore. Yeah, we don't. Okay. I could have probably left that up, actually. That's fine. Oh, and I closed the fucking thing, dude. That's so dumb. Okay, let's see. Not One Piece. I don't need One Piece. I need Library of Ohara, Naruto, data books... Sarada Sasuke retrieval, search for Tsunade, and we're also going to get the Sasuke retrieval arc. Okay. Sasuke busts through multiple walls with Chidori. Sasuke busts through multiple walls with Rebarb. Okay. Sasuke busts through multiple walls. Sasuke busts through multiple walls. A Chidori diverted by Itachi. Sasuke busts. If only One Piece had proof as good as Black Clover for solar system stuff. Bum 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 ba-do-dum bum bum ba-do-dum bum ba-da-da. Naruto does attempt. Actually, you know what? I'll say Naruto does. Jutsu. Okay. Since you said he gets pretty deep into the war, let me rephrase. What if the Akatsuki weren't there and he was just Cracker declaring the 4th Great Ninja War with just the Biscuit Soldiers? The Biscuit Soldiers, I'll put it like this. Most shinobi don't have the capacity to, like, fight for so many days on end without things like the military rations. They would probably quickly find out that depending on how many water-style jutsus they have within each platoon, they would probably quickly find out that to an extent the Biscuit Soldiers can actually be weakened with water-style jutsu by making the Crackers soggy. Sorry, the Biscuit Knights soggy. They can probably make them soggy. I don't want to be disingenuous and say that they wouldn't figure out that they're, especially like Crackers splitting them all up so separately. I don't think there's a single Naruto character that could tank a hit from them. I would probably argue that he can overrun them in terms of numbers since they likely wouldn't have enough water-style jutsu users. At least, I can't think of many water-style users besides Mei that have the capacity to flood an entire battlefield. I mean, it took a platoon... It took a platoon's worth of like 8 water-style users just to turn off Madara's majestic destroyer flame. Crackers. How big are Crackers Knights, by the way? How big are Crackers Biscuit Knights? They're around 6 meters tall. Where the fuck does it get this information? Maybe 6 to 7 meters, so about 22 feet, roughly the same size as Moria, Kuma, and Whitebeard. You got the answer. I've set up a height chart. Okay, so if it's a height chart, then I'd probably not canonically viable. I mean, Cracker's pretty fucking tall too, right? Kaido is outer versal is crazy. You guys are having a lot of fun by spewing One Piece's outer versal. I don't believe, by the way, I don't believe any of that crap. Definitely don't believe that. Okay. Rasengan sends the guy flying. So I want to hear the monkey son got his island level inserted. Naruto is planetary. Is 7 times larger than us. In Jiraiya uses a Rasengan, likely likely toned down. On goons. Ah, yes, the average power scaling conversation of give me the definition. We haven't established the definition for the word world. We need to establish a definition for the word world. Oh my god, we need to establish it. Naruto's an incomplete Rasengan made a small hole in the ground. There we go. Okay, an incomplete Rasengan made a small hole in the ground that sent Naruto traveling several meters. That pushed Naruto back several meters. Several meters. Actually, I'll say feet. Meters / feet. I'll put meters / feet because I don't know. Closely up to taste true, we can do this. Okay. Jiraiya showed the difference between steps 2 and 3. Step 2 carves into a tree. Step 3 blasts a hole in it. Clair obscura, dun dun da da da. Dun 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 da dun 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 da dun dun da da. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba da. Dun 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 da dun 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 da dun dun da da. Need to put everything I've learned so far into full strength and short while maximizing rotation and form an additional membrane around it. I understand the principle in my mind, but I can't seem to compress my full chakra and contain it in the shape of a sphere. I mean, the Naruto universal scaling is about as wonky as the One Piece stuff, because you have to take so many statements so fucking hyper literally, but the same thing could be said about the One Piece universal stuff, which is why I quite literally never even go into that kind of shit. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Are you guys talking about, like, universal shit? I don't know, man. Like, the meta is interesting to talk about if you want to, but you kind of gotta grant both sides the same level of, like, you know, leeway in terms of how you're going to interpret certain statements and stuff. Is the safest scaling for him, though? It's really not the safest scaling. Solar system is not the safest scaling because it's quite literally going under multiple assumptions, like the star that Kaguya created, the TSO somehow has the attack potency to destroy it, even though the argument is always that they simply erase everything. So if they erase everything, it's not a matter of attack potency, it's always a matter of hacks. Then there's the whole conversation that had to be had that, like, again, TSO are stated verbatim to nullify ninjutsu, and Kaguya's dimension is a byproduct of a ninjutsu. It is all created through her chakra. Like, if I have to give Kaguya's creation feat something, I have to do the same thing for Mondor because he can create an infinite number of books. Sorry, an infinite number of dimensions within the pages of the books. By itself scales to almost half uni. Yeah, I don't think the fucking writers were thinking, oh yeah, we're gonna throw in a redshift nebula. That's gonna automatically make our thing universal. Nah. You're gonna have to show me some author's intent on that one. Just like how Oda decided to just give Horty Jones a bunch of fucking pills, and in the anime they decided to throw in, what is it, like 30 pills or like 45 pills in hand, and that would just automatically shoot up his scaling to like billions of times faster than the speed of light. I can quite literally, if I just go by the anime, say that Horty Jones is multiple billion times faster than the speed of light by information that Oda gave us. Right? Like, you kind of have to think about authors' intents to a second. Next to statement, it makes it consistent. What statement makes it consistent? What statement makes it consistent? Because again, with Naruto, it's always scaling it to the highest, utmost echelons. With One Piece, I'm just saying they split a continent. Not even like overinflating what it says. Just literally, it's split a continent. Oh, the data books? Yeah, but you also have to... Yeah, but the wording in the data books is usually very... flourished, if I had to say so. I don't know. That his dimension is parallel? Whose dimension is parallel? To Naruto's. Whose dimension? Are you guys looking forward to? I'm not really looking forward to any games recently. Like, there's just really nothing that really, like, interests me. Oh, being able to crack the fabric of the universe. Yeah, you translate that to attack potency for me. Translate that to attack potency for me, please. Momoshiki's? Yeah. Cool. Right. So creation hacks. How does that translate to attack potency? We've had this discussion already. I'm not having this discussion again. How does it translate to... it is stated in one of the... It is stated in one of the... Whatchamacallit? It is stated in one of the novels. I know that much. Stated in the manga and anime? What, that he cracked the universe? That's his chakra potency? Can you guys give me the novel where that's stated at? You're also bringing up post fucking Naruto. I'm ending it by the last. My video's gonna go up to the last. Also makes a parallel dimension. Cool. Data books. Where is that? Which data book is that stated in? Which Boruto data book? Boruto data book. Can you explain the two? You go to scale. What do you call Sasuke? Is this... Close this. Personality, speech, the divine tree. No, this is not it. The Boruto database. Cool. Characters. Shiba Otsutsuki. Oh. Let's start off with a Karama. Let's see. One of the creatures, tailed beast, immeasurable chakra, called us Nine Tails, was sealed inside Naruto's body. It states true comrades, but in their battle, activates Baron mode, and his life passes away. The Delta tailed beast not forever, his passes with ages, normally several hundred years to be reborn. Kurama was reborn in Psyche Mowari. Nope, that doesn't help me. Ishiki? Momoshiki? Let's try Momoshiki. When Momoshiki implanted karma in Boruto, while already died, he exists. When the boys use too much chakra or exhaust themselves, able to manifest consciousness, resurrection, able to fully extract violence of his body. Okay, none of that matters. Okay, this doesn't help me out at all. This is just like very vague and small shit. The ability to beguile all humanity. What does this do? Oh, Shinjutsu. Right. That Ada shit. If you're gonna tell me I have to look in some bullshit into Boruto anime, I'm not doing that. I'm not looking at the Boruto anime, dude. That shit is not canon to the fucking manga. I'm also not gonna fucking look through the entirety of Boruto, dude. I told you, I'm going up to the end of Naruto. Yeah, this page does not help me out at all. What else does it say here? Boruto database. That is a new Tupu Vortex. Okay, so what does this do? Is there a reason why space theme around areas? There's an intensity. While talking to Amado, Boruto catches a glimpse. What's written in the book of Jorah. He's been rechanged since positions. Mentor. Yeah, none of this helps me out. Yeah, none of this helps me out. Just search it up. The fuck you... The anime is definitely canon. The anime is canon to itself. It's not canon to the fucking manga. None of that shit is in the manga, and I only read the manga. I don't give a shit if the writers of the series say it's canon. Kishimoto say that shit? Besides, I'm not watching that dog shit. Where is it? Boruto data books. Where the fuck are the Boruto data books, dude? Fanburst. Boruto data book files. Maybe this. Boruto Uzumaki. Sarada. They're just giving me numbers. They're not giving me the actual fucking pages. Ugh. This blows. This fucking blows, dude. She really fucking has wood style. Moegi. Holy shit. Kishimoto supervises, but I feel you. I mean, it's extra shit that's not in the manga, and I've only read the manga. And I'm telling you right now, within the next 18 days, there is no way I'm watching through the entirety of dog shit just to get a couple of extra feats. Especially since I'm not doing fucking Boruto Naruto! God damn, how many times do I have to say it? I'm not doing that because I haven't read it for power scaling purposes. You see how long it's taking me just to get all this shit for fucking Naruto? You see all this shit that I'm trying to get already, bro? Like, and not just Naruto, for One Piece too, bro. This shit is gonna take me way too fucking long, dude. I'm not gonna fucking go out of my way to read through and watch the entirety of fucking... To just watch through the entirety of the Boruto anime with its dog shit filler arcs, just to then just get some extra fucking feats, especially when I'm not talking about Hokage Naruto. I'm going to do that whenever I finish whenever One Piece finishes. Cracks refers to a storyline where immense concentrated chakra of adult Naruto concentrates severe distortion and cracks in space-time, making the planet's region of space-time high abnormally, attracting likely those who detect the tears, leading to the debates of Naruto's power level of universal. Okay, how does this translate to attack potency? Again, how does this translate to attack potency? When you have jutsu that can also just create portals in space and time... Why do you use the AI overview? It's just a quick and easy thing for me to get. When you have jutsu that already affect the fabric of space and time, the Flying Raijin, Kamui, Ameno Menaka, Ameno Tejikara. Again, how does this translate to Naruto's attack potency? How does this mean that Naruto, if he hits me with a Rasengan, has universal attack potency? Make it make sense. You have jutsu that already affects space-time. Naruto's chakra casually doing that because he has a lot of chakra doesn't really mean anything. Jesus Christ. Because if I have to then argue that Naruto can crack the space, therefore he's universal, then fucking Luffy is high complex multiversal because of Mont d'Or, dude. If I have to start conflating one with the other, then that means I have to use the Mont d'Or shit. You don't want me to use the Mont d'Or shit, because guess what? It's more consistent than Naruto just making some cracks in space. Jesus Christ. The only argument you really have is, yeah, that chakra equates to power, but it doesn't literally equate to power because chakra quantity doesn't literally mean that you are X powerful. Because I guess by that logic, then Sakura is stronger than the first Hokage since she hit what's her face, Kaguya in the back of the head or some shit, bro. Like, you can't waste chakra. Oh yeah, Kabuto takes. Wait, between all of this, Kabuto takes. Okay. Kabuto takes military rations versus Tsunade. Kabuto takes military rations versus Tsunade. Kabuto takes military rations versus Tsunade. Shadow Clone Jutsu cannot. Naruto. It's multiversal, not high complex. Dude, I don't give a shit, Six, and you know it. I don't give a shit about the high complex, higher echelons of... I don't give a shit about any of that. That's why I don't scale into that shit, dude. I don't care what literal term we have to use. I'm just saying, dude. If I have to use one, then I have to use the other, and I'd rather not use either. Pretty sure they will ask you anyway. I've lost count of how many times you told them this. I don't know, man. I'm just going to put it at the start of the video. I am doing Naruto to the end of Naruto. Chapter 1 to chapter 7 fucking 100. I know. I'm sorry, Six. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. That's entirely on me, dude. I don't know. I know. It just got to me to like, oh, it's actually this. Like, I get it. You were just correcting me. That is completely on me. I genuinely do apologize. I'm just a little frustrated right now, dude. This is why I don't like doing this debate type shit, because it always gets to some toxic fucking extent, dude. It's always just the same exhausting fucking arguments that you always have to listen, and it's always, oh, but what about this? What about this? What about this interpretation versus this? Yes, that interpretation's completely fine. I think the interpretation's fine. You think that Naruto's universal, that's fine. But if you're gonna argue Naruto's universal, you have to give Luffy the universal shit too. That's why I don't like doing debates in general. I think only pure punching power, Sakura is stronger than Naruto and Sasuke. Beating Hashirama is a hard pill for some people to swallow. She's not beating Hashirama. She has no feats for it. She has quite literally, objectively speaking, no feats. The most you can argue here is that she had more chakra than a single clone that Naruto made. It's not a hard pill to swallow if there's nothing that remotely proves it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Can avoid. Naruto can avoid. Can avoid a giant snake strike. Avoids being eaten by lifting the snake's mouth open, but can't evade its... Avoid its body slam. Avoid its body slam. But it can't avoid its body slam. You know, you might be the only power scaler that tries to be respectful to others, especially including TikTok power scalers. Those guys are at each other's throats. One thing we do know is that the people with the most chakra are the strongest. That's why the Otsutsuki travel League absorbing it for millennia. That is true. There's definitely a correlation, but it's not causation. Naruto has better punching feats than Sakura. I would say adult Sasuke would be on par with her in punching power, especially with the depiction of the Boruto movie. Nobody's beating Hashirama. Sasuke Naruto be our region in wood style. Wait, nobody's beating Hashirama if it ain't Naruto and Sasuke, and that's a big if, that man. I mean, I would argue Mike Guy with the 8 gates probably beats Hashirama, but I don't know. Can't avoid giant snake stride and gets leg caught. Leg caught underneath. Doesn't slow him down. Can't avoid the giant snake stride. Can't avoid its body slam. And gets leg cut. That's the thing. Listen, we're talking about... Here's the thing. We're talking about very stupid things like which anime character beats the other. I know that we all have a certain level of attachment to these characters. That is completely fine. And I have the same attachment as you guys. But at the end of the day, I just feel like trying to be disrespectful to another person because they have a differing opinion from you, it's like politics and it's like fucking religion, dude. At the end of the day, they're just opinions and it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who's right, especially when it comes to something like this. If I'm ever disrespectful, or ever feel like I'm getting to the point where I might be, I either try to end the conversation or I just simply end it there, because it's like, what's the point of trying to be frustrated about something that you're just not going to see eye to eye with each other? Now, that doesn't give me any personal right to, like, you know, snap at one of my mods like that because he was just trying to correct me. I understand his intention with it, but it's like, and my response was obviously just completely... Honestly, my response was completely irrational. Even as exhausted as I might be over the same arguments, my response was still inexcusable, and for that I really am sorry. But like, I don't know, man. I just feel like when it comes to this kind of stuff, it's like, listen, at the end of the day, they're just opinions. I'm even gonna say it at the end of the video. Listen, this is just my opinion. You can believe that Naruto's stronger than Luffy. That's completely fine. You can believe Naruto one-shots the entire verse. That's completely fine. I don't personally care. I genuinely do not personally care if somebody believes that Naruto can wipe out the verse. That is fine. At the end of the day, it's just a dumb anime opinion. It's just something I could use. Luffy used one of Naruto's clones as a shield like he did with Buggy, similar with the Kakashi. What Kakashi did? Yeah. I could see it as being in character. Can't land a Rasengan. Land a Rasengan without holding on to Kabuto. Not easy. So what did you do? It seems your left femur is fractured. Not only that, but the bones are still able to move. But now, because of lateral vastus muscle in the leg, I couldn't concentrate my chakra properly. I need both hands for the jutsu and only one to be taken out. You want to run away? Never go back on my word. Why are you? Tanks a kunai stab through the hand. Withstands a kunai stab through the hand in order to stand. Part of leg muscles torn. Rasengan slams Kabuto. Rasengan slams Kabuto into boulder and cracks boulder. One-shots Kabuto. Even with his recovery. Kabuto with approximately twice his reserves couldn't tank the Rasengan after recovering. Double his reserves, couldn't tank the Rasengan without recovering. Naruto had his chakra network in his chest destroyed by Kabuto. Chakra network and not his heart, and heart muscles. Yo, guys, real quick. Sasuke's fireball really fucking sucks, dude. Made 65 clones against Sasuke. Sasuke's fireball jutsu. Sasuke's fireball jutsu was blown away by the Rasengan. Fireball jutsu was blown away by the Rasengan. Jutsu was blown away by the Rasengan formation. Naruto destroys the back of a water tank. Destroys the back of a water tank with Rasengan. Sasuke's better leaning on lightning anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's a fine observation. I honestly wouldn't, like, call that a bad observation to begin with. A lion's barrage on sack on these nuts only shatters wooden boards. Okay, that's the end of that, and then we can go into the following portion of the story, which would be not this, not that, Sasuke retrieval. At least you're sincere about your actions on average. Power scaling is just as toxic as religious debates. Most power scalers aren't usually respectful. I only know that, and only you and my guy Abstract. That's the thing, right? It's like, and you know, we've talked about this before. This has been a conversation multiple times on the channel, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, are you really going to call somebody a fucking dumbass? Are you really going to call somebody a goofball? Are you really going to call somebody a tard just because, oh, I disagree with their opinion? Oh, man. This guy says, Yusuke from Yu Yu Hakusho beats the one-tailed Shukaku. He must be a glazier. I can't see it. Listen. I think one thing that most power scalers just don't simply understand is that you don't scale every fucking series out there. So when somebody says, oh, maybe this character wins, I'm not saying you should believe them. If anything, you can have a conversation and be like, okay, why do you think that, right? Don't just take it to offense. They're not attacking you personally or your family. I feel like a lot of people just in general, they take this power scaling shit. Like if somebody says, oh, Luffy beats Naruto, Nami beats Sakura, Ichigo loses to, I don't know, a Rayleigh from fucking Dr. Spunk or whatever the fuck it is from that Akira Toriyama gag manga. It's like they're not personally attacking you, and it's just an opinion. Half the time when I look at like all these responses on like Facebook or like Reddit or whatever, and all these power scaling like subreddits and all this stuff, I'm usually thinking to myself like, dude, why do people get so upset if somebody says X character solos? They're either trolling or they're just saying their opinion, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I see all of these fucking comments like, oh, Kizaru versus Kid Sasuke, and I'm like, well, Kizaru would win this, right? Obviously. And then, you know, people saying Kid Sasuke solos the Earth, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going in the comment section or getting upset because people are saying Sasuke. I just scroll on by. I'm like, okay, you know, Dr. Slump. You know what I mean? It's not as toxic as religious debates, but it can get as toxic because it can get as toxic. It really can get as toxic. It's the same thing with politics. It's like, I was having a conversation with one of my parents about like, just like politics and stuff like that. And I'm just like, listen, and I'm just like, listen, I get where you're coming from, but do you always have to vote XYZ? And they're like, yes, I will always vote this, I will always vote that. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna change my opinion on it because I've always voted this and I'm always gonna vote that. And it's like, and I kind of bring that back into like power scaling, where I'm like, you know, there are people who, like, you know, let's say you're growing up in the mid to late 2000s, right? You're growing up in the mid to late 2000s. You watched Naruto for the first time. You probably also watched One Piece and Bleach and all this stuff, but you kind of diverted yourself into one of these series, right? But let's just say Naruto for this one, right? You really fell in love with the series. You love the scaling. You love all this stuff, and you see, yeah, if you're not getting paid for this shit, it's not really worth it. And I don't even really get paid to debate. I don't debate anybody. I just put up the content because I like it. These are just my opinions. I'm not saying that Naruto definitively loses, or I'm not saying that, oh, if you think that, I don't know, Katakuri doesn't beat King, if Katakuri, or if you think like Katakuri doesn't lose to King, I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're wrong. I'm just like, I disagree, and that's where it's going to end up. Yeah. Like, if you enjoy it, you're more than welcome to enjoy it and like it and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like we've been saying, just, if you don't like the take, yeah, just respectfully, just either debate them or just respectfully say, you know, don't interact with them. It's that hard. I completely agree, Six. If you like debating, go ahead, do it. It's honestly a fun little pastime. It's fun to like have back and forths with people, see where like maybe some other point that you couldn't have. But the thing is with many of these debates, and the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that if somebody brings up a point that is legitimately just objective, there's no room for interpretation. Some people just straight up say, no, there has to be some other interpretation around it. It's the thing that I thought about with like the Don Chinjiao and Don Sai statement, where like they literally say, I split a continent. They literally show the feat where they split a continent. Why am I so anal about a feat like that? It's because I'm someone who tries to think about things as logically as possible. And in the same way that how I told you guys, the reason why I don't believe that the TSO, if you believe that the TSO erased existence or nullified jutsu, then that just means that Kaguya's thing isn't that. It's because, again, there are many different avenues where you can take something like that. The fact that there is a star within the context of one of her dimensions does not mean that it is star level, because, again, it is a ninjutsu. There is information that you can go to, like, imply this in many different ways. I'm not saying that I'm right, but I'm saying that this is an interpretation that many people don't take into consideration, and I'm not here to tell you that my interpretation is right. I'm only here to tell you that I have no reason to view it from the other perspective, because the other perspective is not as concrete as this is either, right? If neither statement is as concrete as one another, then you can take up either interpretation, and that's completely fine. But when it comes to Don Chinjiao and Don Krieg, a lot of people trying to say, well, what if it said, but it doesn't show the entire continent being split. Yeah, but it says he split the continent. Yeah, I know, but we don't know if like he split it all the way down to, it says he split the continent. It shows that he split the continent. I don't know what else you want me to tell you. That is a very blatant feat. He says it requires a monumental amount of force. He applies a monumental amount of force. Then he says, grandson, now you too can split the ice continent. What else am I supposed to tell you? There's no interpretation there. There is, objectively speaking, no interpretation there. I don't care if you don't think that he goes all the way to the end of the continent. It says, now you too can split the continent of ice. That is a very fucking blatant, verbatim, uninterpretable statement. There's only just one thing you can say there, and that's that he split the continent. That's the only reason why I go with it. I have no other way of viewing this because there's nothing else to go off of. With the Kaguya stuff, it's like, well, she was going to destroy the dimension, which means it has to be star level, right? Okay. But isn't it the TSO nullify ninjutsu? Yes. They do nullify ninjutsu. And isn't Amino Minaka, Kaguya's ability that is what created these dimensions, isn't that also considered a ninjutsu? Yes. You see where I mean with this. One is an interpretation. I'm not saying my interpretation is right. I'm just saying this actually does line up very well. This lines up very well. With the Don Chinjiao stuff, this is just concrete. But this right here is open up for interpretation. If you believe that she was going to destroy a star, that's completely fine. I'm not going to tell you Naruto isn't star level because of that. I'm just going to say I don't view it that way. Because it is open-ended enough to where I don't have to view it as she destroyed it. It's open-ended enough. There are some things that are very fucking closed in terms of how you can perceive it, that there's just no other way to do it. You know how people say, oh, well, Yuta tanked the world-cutting slash, therefore it doesn't actually split everything in existence within its target's range? No, he literally got slashed in half. You can literally see him on the table where he's split in half. They're covering him and they're like, yeah, Rika's, I'm kind of like at my limit in how far I can do this. I kind of need you to get going, Ieri. Like, Shoko Ieri, I kind of need you to like put my brain in Gojo's body, because I'm literally at my limit right now. Like, he wouldn't be at his limit if he wouldn't be at his limit if he only got like slashed across the chest. No, he got split in half. A lot of aspects of scaling usually suck, but that's because again, a lot of it is open up to massive amounts of interpretation, which again is completely fine. Again, I think interpretations are fine. I think it's fine to have differing opinions on all of this context. But I think my biggest issue is just when people go in out of their way to like sit there and say, oh, you're a retard, you're stupid, you clearly don't know what you're talking about, you're a bozo, I'm going to what's that one group that they always say? I'm going to embarrass you in front of the entire group. Like, nobody in the group is looking at this shit, bruh. Nobody's looking at your debates. Like, maybe you guys had like 50 or 20 people out of like 1,000. Nobody's looking at the fucking debate. I don't know what to tell you. It's not that intense. You're just two guys talking about your opinions on a group. I don't know what to tell you. Which power stealers do you agree with the most and which do you not? I agree with a lot of Six's takes on Naruto. I haven't seen Swag Kage scale in a hot minute. I haven't seen his videos in a hot minute, so I don't know if I would agree with them watching them over again. I like scalers that take things to like, I'm a Discord server with people who think My Hero and JJK are solar system level, think Naruto is low multi, and think Asta is outer, and I still fuck with the people in there heavy. I respect their takes. Yeah, you can just... What do you think of Seth? I think that Seth, at times, especially with some of the more recent content that he made, I haven't seen anything for like the last few months. Sometimes his videos pop up on my channel and I'm like, sure, why? Well, I'll give this a watch. I'm bored. I got like 15 minutes and I'll check him out. I remember he made a video between Madara and Sukuna, which at the time I kind of agree with until I realized, wait, no. Sukuna can kind of, at least not 10 Tails Madara, but Sukuna can literally slash every other version of Madara as long as that version of Madara is killable. But in general, it's Seth, besides like the allegations on him and everything, he has takes. I don't know. I agree with some of them. I don't agree with all of them. I don't necessarily think I'm supporting him by watching one random video at the end of the day. I don't really think I am, but I will say that I don't really check out his content even remotely as much as I used to before the allegations. Senshigan, what is it? Is a curse mark. State is still the first state. These pebbles forcibly awaken the mark's power, raising it to a second state. The moment you rapidly away at your body, if left unchecked, you will die in no time. You have to control the power of the second state. Your body must be acclimatized over an extended period of time. When you do achieve your new state, you will probably gain power equal to our own, and yet within minutes of your awakening, using barrier ninjutsus, we can rein in the side effects. Rather than die, you will lapse into a suspended animation. Barrier YouTuber is trustworthy. Sasuke, we sound 4. Orochimaru is the lead of the elite. Will excel in a matter of ninjutsu and barrier defensive walls, curse marks, sealing spells, and rest. That's all in well for not liking someone. Seth literally admitted to sexually harassing a minor. That is actually true. Yeah, that is also true. That is definitely true. Don't know about allegations. I just don't like equalization. Yeah, I don't like equalization either. Him, Swag, Clyde, and Six have a video called Pain versus Stark versus Law about to drop. Well, good for them. Wait, who? Seth with Swag, Clyde? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know if with the shit that he said about Swag Kage, with the shit that he said and during like all that interview and like that fight that they had, I don't know, man. I can like let go. I can forgive someone in the sense that like I can like let go of my anger towards him and just like move on ahead, but like I don't know, man. He kind of blatantly showed that he didn't care about Swag or any of the shit. They were just kind of using each other for like views and stuff. I don't know, man. All right. Shatters wooden boards. Sound 4. Need curse mark version, curse mark V2, and need curse mark V2 to overpower 2 Jonin that were returning from their mission while low on chakra. Outer Black Clover requires too many assumptions. To be honest, I'm good on the multi plus though. Yeah, they have some very blatant statements. They have some like very blatant statements that Six has shown me. What made you dislike verse equalization so much? I don't like the idea. Who do I think wins between Stark, Law, and Pain? Law should speed blitz and curb stomps. Oh wait, I'm gonna be real with you. I read Bleach recently. I read through the entirety of fucking Bleach. The Bleachverse, as far as statements and feats implied within the context of the goddamn story, is next to unquantifiable. I have no idea how strong fucking Stark is. I genuinely have no idea. The characters go from like wall level to slicing buildings to destroying large... Yeah, to like destroying like large buildings, and that's it. Coyote Stark has no bridge to Ulquiorra, which sends out an explosion, that can send out an explosion in his second resurrection that can blow up... I don't know. People assume it can blow up Las Noches. Las Noches has no quantifiable size within the context of its story. There is nothing that implies how big Las Noches is. Any argument you can make is absolutely and objectively speaking headcanon. I've been told that like even the more moderate Bleach scalers that don't overwank the verse to like multi-versal or whatever, or like even universal, the people that think that like Bleach is on the planetary tiers of power, which is where I would probably bank it at, even they say that like, well, it's the size of a fucking small state, and even I'll tell them, again, I understand where you're coming from, but there is nothing within the context of the story that verbatim states or implies how big Las Noches is. So as far as I can tell you, Las Noches is like the size of a fucking city block for all I care. I know that's a disingenuously small take. I'm just saying it is just as likely that it is that big, that it is as big as a fucking country or as big as a fucking small state. It is unquantifiable. How strong Coyote Stark is, there is no bridge. I do not know. What about the guides? What guides? What guides state how big Las Noches is? Anyway, Coyote Stark has like no bridge to any of the other guys but having higher Reiatsu. He dies to a single sword slash to the chest. Bleach characters, at best, you can get them to like a couple of 10s to maybe 100 times faster than the speed of light if you give them the early Bleach light speed scaling, which I'm also very iffy on, because apparently, according to the light novels, there is information that happens within around the same time as 1,000-Year Blood Wars from a character called Candace, which apparently Yoruichi thinks her lightning speed attacks are impressive in terms of speed, and so again it just fucks up with the whole speed meta, because again then it just makes things a lot more inconsistent. And I can quantify Law to be about as fast as Luffy, who is anywhere around 9,000 to 270,000 times the speed of light. It is some bullshit, man. It is some bullshit. There's only one statement for the size, and it's taken out of context. And the statement is really just, it takes 3 days to walk to Las Noches. That is basically all I can go through. Reacting to lightning is what Yoruichi thought was impressive. Yeah. So if thinking that he can react to lightning is impressive... Wait, you read the Bleach novels? No, I've been told this many times while I was reading dog shit. While I was reading dog shit, I was told it many fucking times. Yeah, the sound for get in with that. Yeah. She's one of the fastest in the verse too. Not a good look. Exactly. So it makes the whole verse's speed scaling seem iffy if I'm supposed to take the novels into account when scaling, right? So then it kind of brings in this whole situation where it's like, okay, so how strong is Coyote Stark? Well, he's stronger than characters that can split large buildings. Oh, Grimmjow destroyed those giant pillars behind him in Ichigo. How big are those pillars? It's never fucking stated anywhere. It's not even implied how big they are. Him destroying a giant pillar to me is the same as him destroying a large building. I don't know, and therefore I cannot tell you, because nothing within the context of the story actually explains the scaling. For Bleach, you have to use you either have to just take statements or take shit for what it is and just basically eyeball everything, and that's why I don't want to scale it. There's too much shit that is too contradictory that makes me think this verse as a whole is something I want to just step the fuck away from. Well, the Candace stuff and the other lightning speed stuff, it's still, the fact is Yoruichi was surprised about Tokinata. Anyway, so that kind of leaves me in a fucking sour spot where it's like, Bleach is probably the slowest of the verse, is probably the slowest out of the big three, because Naruto has more concrete light speed scaling, all things considered, or at least it's less inconsistent than the Bleach stuff. Then you have Bleach characters who seem very powerful, but don't actually have anything to quantifiably back up how strong they are. Pain is a powerful character. He blew up Konoha, which is at least over 20 kilometers wide, who is at least somewhere around 20 kilometers wide. You might be able to say like 40 kilometers if you want, but he blew up the center of it, so it's not the entirety of Konoha. So let's just say like 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers he was able to essentially wipe out, which sure is cool, but here is Trafalgar Law quite literally with a room, early post-time skip that can split an entire fucking mountain the size of an island. So I don't know, man. I would probably put my money on Law every single time. Law versus either of the other two in the big three can fit inside the Alabasta River. Yes, literally the entirety of Konoha, if you believe that it is at least as big as the Forest of Death, it's bigger by like an unquantifiable margin. But if you think that Konoha is bigger than the Forest of Death, if it's not anything bigger than 50 kilometers, you can literally fit the entirety of Konoha inside of the river of Alabasta. That's your or it's closer to confirm that they're planetary, which is fine with me. I'm fine. I am perfectly fine with planetary bleach. I'm perfectly fine with the planetary bleach stuff. And the only reason I have an issue with the multiversal or universal stuff is because of the cosmology essentially having the durability or like the resistance of a fucking little prick, bro. Like, I'll show it again. People always want to bring up the Soul King, Yuhabak, and all that bullshit. Let me show you something. Smiling Friends, Inspector, and Smiling Friends, Rolling Building.
I had a good time.
Nope, not that one. This is literally, wait. This needle right here, you see this needle? That's the fucking Soul King. This is what the Soul King represents in Bleach. Yeah, this is Bleach. This is literally Bleach. This one series quite literally summed up Bleach's entire cosmology in a single fucking clip less than 7 seconds long. Let me show you again. Yeah, once you do that to the Soul King, that happens to the entire Bleach cosmology. That's why I don't believe in the universal shit. The cosmology in and of itself, if the cosmology wasn't so fucked, I would believe it. I would probably believe the universal stuff. The cosmology is too fucked for me to believe in it. Choji is stated to have the strongest taijutsu with destructive power stronger than mine. That would be Choji. What issue do you have with the cosmology of Bleach exactly? That it literally breaks apart on a fucking dime. You can kill 1,000 hollows, and if the Soul Society doesn't exterminate 1,000 souls within the context of the if the Soul Reapers don't kill 1,000 souls, the entire verse will crumble in on itself. The fact that you cannot kill that many hollows, the fact that you cannot lose that many souls, the fact that if you lose so much as less than 1/10 of the number of souls that a normal small town would have is enough to crumble the entirety of 3 fucking dimensions or realms or planets or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, I think I have a problem with the cosmology at that point. I think the cosmology is absolute dog shit at that point. Yeah, if you can kill, quite literally, if you can kill 1,000 hollows and eradicate their souls without the Soul Society finding out, you have essentially created a condition where the Soul Society, the human world, and the Hueco Mundo will all crumble in on themselves. Yeah. Like, when Six was presenting the fucking Black Clover Universal stuff, I literally sat there thinking, wow, I don't really have many answers against this. Yeah, no, I mean, if Whitebeard has the power to destroy souls, if Whitebeard has, when you do, you need to use that joke. Oh no, I'm gonna use the joke. Oh, 100% I'm gonna use the joke. I like how Jirobo's entire thing is that he's fat and that he eats a lot. Jirobo can lift an entire... Jirobo can lift an entire boulder. An entire boulder. Boulder. Which Choji has to crush human boulder. Stated to have the highest active taijutsu in the cell. What versions of Luffy are you using exactly? Like, if it feels like I'm just on this for a while, by the way, right here. If it feels like if I'm on this for a while, by the way, I hope you guys can understand that I'm going through 700 chapters of one series and then 11,100 chapters of another series. I'm going through a lot of information, so it is a lot to take in. Okay, Land of Waves, Chunin exams, Naruto versus East Blue Luffy. I'm giving Naruto more chapters to work with. End of pre-time skip Naruto versus end of pre-time skip Luffy. I'm not going to go through the entirety of pre-time skip Luffy. Can you really do this in chat? Probably, I mean, I've been doing it for the last couple of days and I've gotten multiple arcs worth of information. I mean, I got the entirety in like 3 days. I got the entirety of like the Hidden Leaf and all this other stuff. How did you get Bleach to FTL? I don't even think they crack Lightspeed. Yeah, that's not a question for me. Then we're going to do start of post time skip Naruto versus Luffy. I'm going to give Naruto the first 3 arcs. Well, I'm only going to give Luffy like Fishman Island shit. Sage mode Naruto versus Gear 4. I might do that, but I don't think it's going to be necessary. And then we have War Arc versus Wano. Sage of 6 Paths versus Gear 5, but I'm not actually going to talk about Gear 5. I'm just going to bring up the information. And then I'm going to have the last versus Act 3 Luffy, which is... Or I guess I should say... Third Saga Luffy. Act 3 Luffy, which is just... You sound so irritated. I'm not irritated. I'm just tired, dude. It's a lot of information to go through, and it's very mentally taxing, in my opinion. Because I'm essentially taking in every single feat that I can possibly use. I'll work here until like 6 p.m. I'll probably step out. I need to go actually cook after this. My mom's no longer here, so I need to cook again, and I didn't cook yesterday because that was the last of her food. Yeah, Sage mode versus... I might not even do Sage mode versus Gear 4. I might throw this in there for like a mini conversation, but I'm not going to make it an actual fight. I'm basically just going straight into like War Arc Naruto versus Wano Luffy. There's kind of no point in me doing anything else. Well, or should I say it's going to be like this? Actually, let me rephrase this for you guys so you guys can understand where I'm currently at. What are you scaling pre-time skip Luffy to in the video? Probably... I'm gonna do the country level stuff just to sort of explain it and sort of saying that like this attack is stated verbatim that it's going to wipe out the country of Skypiea. Luffy was able to disperse it. Now, though this doesn't necessarily inherently imply that Luffy's punches can have the force to destroy a country, it does sort of go to show that Luffy with a giant golden ball in his hand, and the giant golden ball isn't the thing that was stopping this, it's not implied anywhere, was able to disperse the energy necessary to wipe out a country. From there on out, Luffy fights a guy who can shoot beams of light that slowed everything that they touch down. Then he fights Rob Lucci and the others. Rob Lucci capable of taking down an entire country's army on his own in a single night, while also taking care of the pirates that were going to wipe these people out. Luffy goes from there on to fight Rob Lucci while destroying giant building walls and essentially clearing through an entire city full of government agents. Yes, the government agents may not be that powerful, but at the end of the day, Luffy was essentially tearing down buildings like they were paper mache while in base without even quantifying for second gear and third gear, which we saw could basically take down large portions of a massive building like the end of the Gates of Justice. Then you have Luffy go into Skypiea. Not Skypiea. Then you have Luffy and the others go into Thriller Bark, where he's fighting Gecko Moria. When he's fighting Gecko Moria, if you do not believe in the country level stuff for Luffy, that's completely fine, because Luffy has fought Gecko Moria while he absorbed 1,000 shadows. We know that Luffy was capable of fighting the zombified version of Oars, who was a continent puller, while having 100 shadows. Moria absorbs 1,000 shadows, puts Luffy inside a small box, and smashes him down multiple times, only for it to do absolutely zero damage, because once again, Luffy is immune to blunt force trauma, and then he slams him down with a punch so heavy that he cracks an island-sized ship down the middle, and Luffy not only tanks the attack, but walks right out of it, but then uses second gear, inflates himself with third gear, not a full complete third gear, but he still blows himself up, and then charges at Moria. Literally just jumps himself forward, thrusts himself forward, charges at Moria, and tackles him into his chest, pushing out all of these 1,000 shadows inside of him with a single attack. Luffy basically took down Moria in one hit, which means if Moria has the attack potency to crush to split an entire island, Luffy probably needs to also be able to emit a similar amount of force in order to basically push all of those, at least enough amount of force to push all of the shadows right out of him. So you can at least say that even if you don't believe the country level shit for Luffy, you cannot go below island level. You cannot go below island level for Luffy. Yeah. Like, and then you have characters that also did tank Kuma's, whatchamacallit, his Ursa's Shock, which basically took the entire middle portions of the castle. Well, at least like the middle portions of the island were at least blasted away, and they all were able to survive the blast. Zoro was then able to fight Kuma right afterwards, whom Luffy scales above, and the only reason why Luffy was knocked out was because his body overdid it due to the 100 shadows. His body had taken already too much damage. Like, there's a lot of avenues that you can go for Luffy. I don't necessarily have to use the country level shit. I will be providing it, but I'm not going to sit here and say maybe building up each version that could defeat the other. So, like, starting with beginning of the series and then moving on to the loser of the next round. Oh, no, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. This is just the 7 iterations of the character that we're going to be talking about. By the way, if I sounded like I was off or, like, moving away, that's because I had to walk around for a bit. I needed to, like, not look at the screen real quick. So, here's what's going to happen. Let me just explain this real quick. Pretty fair scale, especially since you're mentioning the country level stuff. Yeah, like, I'm going to mention the country level stuff. I'm also going to mention, if for whatever reason you just choose to not believe this, we can still quantify him through this other metric right here. I'm willing to use the stuff you guys give me. I'm just saying that, like, I'm not I don't feel like I'm personally entirely convinced by it, but I don't think that it's bad scaling in the slightest bit. I just feel like it's one of those things that you kind of have to accept and you can choose to accept, but I know that a lot of people, especially with the way that I've seen a lot of my comment sections, they choose to not accept a lot of information. So that's why I go, you can either choose to accept this country level shit, or on a low end, you still have the island level shit. Which is kind of ironic, because let me be clear about one thing. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. Naruto with like KCM is blowing up fucking mountains. That's weaker than island level. When people say that Luffy and the others are island level, maybe by Thriller Bark, sure. But Naruto is at best island level if you want to shoot up his scaling by saying that it takes the energy to vaporize a mountain is the same energy it takes to wipe out an island. Sure, that still makes Naruto in one of his strongest forms near the end of the series. Less than 150 chapters from ending the series, that still makes him only island level. Roger destroyed a whole continent. Now it's not implied who he was fighting, but Rocks, Garp, fighting each other, the pirate island, how we scaled them. Continental on his own. I don't know about it being an entire continent, but it was a pretty big fucking island. God Valley was a pretty damn big island. Is it stated to be a continent? Anyway. So, here's how it's gonna happen. Naruto, Land of Waves, and Chunin exams versus East Blue Luffy. Luffy's gonna take this first round. There's nothing that Naruto can do in these first two arcs that I think would even remotely match up with what Luffy can do, especially since Luffy's snapping trees with his punches casually. Like, missing Kuro and essentially going straight for, like, the tree behind him, Luffy casually snapped a tree with his fist. Naruto is out here basically carving into trees with the Rasengan. I'm not saying Naruto's a weak kid by any means. He would beat the fuck out of anybody in this chat right now, but like, let's be honest here. There's really nothing that Naruto really has. Oh, but he punched a giant snake. Cool. Cool. And Luffy flung a giant sea cow that is twice as big as Gamabunta into another island. I don't know about another island. I'm just saying it's another island just for the sake of saying it. But Naruto loses this round. What about Naruto end of pre-time skip versus Luffy from East Blue? Well, I don't know what to tell you. There's kind of hard to actually quantify Naruto's speed because he's not as fast as Chidori Sasuke. I don't believe that Naruto is inherently as fast as Chidori Sasuke, at least with the speed that Sasuke got while running on the ground, right? Like, if we're talking about like a clash in mid-air, sure, I think both characters can literally leap at each other, but I don't think Sasuke is as fast while leaping through the air as he is running on the ground since he replicated Lee's movements. Even then, his speed would have to be anywhere near faster than at least a small explosion, which is like hypersonic, which is around like Mach 5 to Mach 10. Assuming that like Sasuke is fast enough to like blitz the explosion like Lee is without his weights, that would put him anywhere around like what, hypersonic plus, which is like, let me see, I think I had like the scans over here. Yeah. So, Gaara's explosion was able, the explosion that Gaara was able to tank or survive when he was a kid, That essentially, if you go by like the low end of explosions, that would put Gaara's feet somewhere around Supersonic Plus, which is around like Mach 2.5 to Mach 5. I know that people are always gonna go with like the high end for Naruto regardless, but it puts it around like this tier of like speed between like Mach 2.5 to Mach 10. I think that's fine, all things considered. Because, like, at the end of the day, the thing that people don't seem to consider is that Gaara's sand was quite literally all over the place. You can literally see where it just spawns from the ground that he's at. Great durability. If you're talking One Piece attacks, but his durability is all right. No, his durability and his feats within the context of the Naruto verse are very impressive. I don't see any normal kid doing that shit. But Naruto, the things that Naruto does within the context of the Naruto verse are things that a normal human with a bit of training can do in One Piece. Between One Piece and Naruto, who do you think is better at martial arts and tacticians? That kind of depends. That's kind of subjective because there's a lot of factors that go into that I feel like people don't really consider. You could maybe make the argument for Naruto characters in the sense that like they do try to think multiple steps ahead when they're going into a battle. But when it comes to like One Piece characters, you can also just argue that like a character like Luffy being able to pick up and see their opponent's moves and then instantly replicate them the next time that he fights them, and like copying Shave when using second gear after seeing it one time from the CP9 guys. Learning advanced Conqueror's Haki after seeing Kaido do it. Learning advanced Observation Haki from seeing Katakuri do it. I think like practically Luffy can pick up on things quicker in the midst of a fight, even if he's not outright stating it. But at the same time, in terms of like martial arts, like in actual combat, you can probably say, at least as far as like real world martial arts, you can basically say that like Naruto and the others have more conventional forms of martial arts from what we see in the anime. It doesn't really show it a lot in the manga, but you can definitely make the argument in the anime. Granted, martial arts against a guy who, again, is immune to blunt force trauma is kind of meaningless. East Blue Island level and hypersonic, pre-time skip, country level, and FTL. Also, by the way, Luffy also tanks an explosion during this time period, so let's say Mach 5 to Mach 10, right? But the thing that people don't really seem to understand is that Luffy sent 5 punches. Luffy sends out 5 fucking punches in the middle of an explosion. Even if you were to give like the low end of the explosion, somewhere around like Mach 5, let's say like, I don't know, 17 to 1,715. Multiply this by 5 times on the lowest end possible. That's still Mach 25. That's still Mach 25. Like, Luffy is quantifiably faster in terms of attack speed than Naruto is in terms of movement speed. You know what I mean? Luffy can literally shoot out 5 punches in the middle of an explosion. It is kind of fucking insane. Ladies and gentlemen, also, how fast do muskets fire? Muskets fire. 7,000 feet per second, so about 2 to 10 meters per second. You can definitely say that Luffy's travel speed is slower than Naruto's, but you can always say that his attack speed is definitely higher. We gotta get Eon more subs. He deserves all of this, and he reads all our live comments for the most part. I do try to keep up with what you guys say. It's just sometimes I really just have to focus on this, but I need to like stop this break and actually go back to what we're doing. It's only going to become more difficult though. Like, to be fair though, it is only going to become more difficult for me if we do get to like more subscribers. You're gonna give me 100 million. I appreciate that, man. Shoulder tackle. Okay, you big jerk. Hold off. We got to move on. Naruto and everyone else takes some military rations. Naruto and friends take military rations. Okay, we're back to this. We're back to this bullshit. Void's Giant Snake Strike. Human Boulder. Naruto and friends take military rations. I was just thinking about anything Naruto does in effective against Luffy without the access of Haki. The only thing you can do is try to stab him. And you know what the craziest part about all of that is? You know what the craziest part about trying to stab Monkey D. Luffy is? He quite literally has so many feats of him getting stabbed and it just not mattering to him whatsoever. Like around right here. Also, Luffy just rips the mast off a ship because he was hypnotized. You see this? You see this right here? You see this chakram? Look at this chakram. Look at this chakram right here. You see this thing that's stabbing Luffy in the back of the head? You see it? You see how far it goes into the back of his head? And he just stands there and rips it out, right? Now you're probably wondering, how strong is that chakram? How powerful is it? You see these trees over here? You see these trees? You see how they're literally just getting ripped to shreds? You see how he's literally just ripping them to shreds? This guy right here can literally throw a chakram harder than Naruto characters can throw fucking kunais. You're talking about Gaara of the Sand. Let me just say something real quick. Let me just say something real quick because I feel like people just genuinely do not understand what I'm coming from. When I say that pre-time skip Luffy is a fucking animal, dude. Fucking animal. Where's the tuning exams again? Right here. Now, you would think to yourself, right, Gaara of the Sand, right, this kid right here, this fucking freak right here would probably be more powerful than some random goon in One Piece who, oh, look at it, look at how lame this guy looks. You see this guy? Look at how lame he looks. But would you believe me that this guy can throw these little spinning wheels of death with much more force than Gaara of the Sand can throw his sand projectiles? You see these sand projectiles that Gaara can throw? You see how like they're just tearing through trees, just blasting right through them? Yeah, this guy right here can literally just splice trees straight through, man. I don't know what to say here, man. He's literally just wiping out portions of a forest. Gaara's projectile is at best blowing Naruto back and just ripping chunks out of a tree. He's literally ripping a forest to shreds, bro. I don't know, man. Yeah, he sent Buggy and Wapple to other islands. Like, I don't know what to say here, man. This isn't me making shit up. I'm just telling you. One Piece characters are crazy. I don't know, man. That's just the exhausting part. It's like, how do I get people to understand that? It's not about really getting people to understand it. It's more about just saying, listen, the information's right here. I don't know what to tell you. Aren't the width of the tree? Yeah, neither are the chakrams. Neither are the chakrams that he's throwing. What's your point? Choji takes a pill, grabs onto the guy, throws him away. Okay. Military rations. Jirobo to B. J-U-C-S. Curse mark. CMV2 pushes Jirobo to use CMV2, which makes him 10 times stronger. Thinking about it, wouldn't Future Sight counteract Yhwach's ability? Yhwach can make any future come true. Took a drug, not food. No, Choji eats his special food drugs. I'll call them drugs instead. It's fine. I mean, he literally states it's a light beam, and that's light speed. Reishi. Luffy and all his awakening. You know that there are devil fruits for everything. Oh. Haki can cancel Future Sight, so Almighty Future Sight is useless. I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that. It's dinner time. Ate the last chip. Pathetic. Hey. I'm 100 times stronger than before. It's no use. I'm 100 times stronger. It's impossible. Massive chakras enough to transform him. There's nothing scary than a grudge over food and snarfing. It's bad. This is seriously bad. But even worse, you insulted my best friend. You're really scumbag. Give me a chapeau dog. Yeah, nice kill. And so that's worse than steal the last bite of my very best food. It's worse than calling me fat or a scumbag. In fact, it's utterly and absolutely unforgivable. Sure. This is this is the shit for this. That's right. Yeah, these are all high diff fights. These are all crazy high diff fights. I think I need the Tayuya stuff. Naruto reaches. Naruto reaches. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back. Give me a second. Yo, I am really sorry about that, guys. I am really sorry. I got a phone call. I got a call. I got people knocking on my door. It was a lot. I had to do a lot of stuff. I had to do a lot of things just now, and by a lot, I mean I had to make a phone call because apparently people were trying to get in contact with me. The one time I put my phone down to not listen to it, apparently everyone needs to get in contact with me about something. The fuck. Okay, sorry about this. Really sorry about that. What's this? No, people understand that. All right, back on this bullshit. I'm gonna have to end the stream at some point if I get a specific call because I gotta go move some stuff around for somebody. But up until then, we'll probably sit around and do this. Ugh, excuse me. Okay. Okay. Are there any cool? Okay, I'm over my phone. Hey, you got your new laptop. How's it going? We're back. Did you see Django? Okay. Naruto reaches Sasuke Kimimaro. Kimimaru. Or is it Kimimaro? Is it Kimimaro? I'm just gonna call him Kimimaro. I don't give a shit. I don't care about this character. Reaches Sasuke and Kimimaru in a 90 amped state. Yes, precisely. I'm not letting it happen. Naruto makes 1,000 clones again. Again. All right. Sorry about this. Guys, I'm going to have to end the stream here. I have to go do some stuff, and I don't want to leave the stream running for too long without me coming back. I'm really sorry about that. kind of just sprawled out of nowhere. I'll probably spend, I might actually just spend my weekend just working on this. At least just filling out these portions of the characters. I think we'll just leave it there. Thank you guys so much for joining, and thank you guys for being respectful towards one another, even through all my bullshit. I'm really sorry that I just had to, you know, kind of push the stream to be kind of this. Yeah. Sorry about that again. I will likely stream again on Monday, if anything. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Please take care of yourselves. Please drink water. Please treat others with kindness. And I don't know, just find something to make you happy this weekend. Do something or find something that makes you genuinely happy. It's the only thing I would honestly ask for you guys. Or if you guys can't find something to make you happy, do something that makes somebody else happy. You know, stuff like that. I feel like we need to spread a bit more positivity in this world, all things considered. But regardless, take care of yourselves. Peace out. And oh, Lapis, hope you enjoy your new laptop, man. It's always fun to get new pieces of electronics. See you guys.